It is Monday, September 9th, 2019 in Tiverton, and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There's a mosquito.
Madam Clerk.
Council Perry.
Present.
Council Hilton.
Present.
Council DiMederos. Present. Council Katz.
Present.
Council Coulter.
Present.
Council Cook. Present. Council Driggs. Present. All present.
Okay, as always, we'll begin with our consent agenda. Tonight we have two sets of town council minutes, August 13th, regular and executive session. We have abstentions from Councilors DiMederos and Driggs on both of those. We acknowledge receipt of minutes from our Tiverton Historical Cemeteries Commission for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dates. We acknowledge receipt of reports from our town administrator for police and fire department overtime and the department monthly reports for August.
I want to pull C2.
C2, okay. We do have tax assessor abatements approved in the packet, and we have a consent to general approval of the new date of Friday, September 13th for Singing Out Against Hunger. That was with a rain date of September 14th for Evelyn's Drive-In, and that was previously approved on approved for September 7th, 2019 with rain forecasted. We will remove C2 for further discussion. Are there any other items to be removed from the consent agenda for further discussion? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve all but C2 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
And all those in favor? Unanimous? Thank you. Okay, and can I have the sheet for...
The C2? I don't have a C2.
4C2. Right there.
I'm just checking, does our agenda have removed consent agenda items? Don't see it.
We never have it. Is it ever really in there?
Yeah, usually it's in there, so we'll,
Remove consent agenda items are in on the agenda.
yeah, why don't we just take it up right now? Why don't we just knock it out? Is that okay, Donna?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what you got?
Nancy. Yeah, there's never.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay, good evening. I was looking through the administrator's report, and the tax collector, I always look at that and always have these questions in my head, and I just finally decided to just go with it. Under tax collector, I'm sorry, the pages aren't numbered. 2 or 5, I guess, 3, 5 or 5. I guess it might be 6, page 6. Number 3, 79 municipal lien certificates were prepared during the month of August. And my thought was, is this an increase from last year? And then number 5, I don't know if this happens once a year. Title searches are being completed for the remaining properties on the tax sale list. As of August 31st, there are 65 remaining properties. The tax sale is scheduled for November 8th at 10 o'clock. And once again, I was wondering, is this an increase from 2018? How many families are impacted, or how many businesses are being sold? I don't think Tony's here. I don't know. You probably can't answer it right now.
I cannot. I can look into it and get back to you with that information, either at the next meeting or in the interim if you want to.
Yeah, I just want to know if we're getting into some real problems with families losing their homes. Another question I had,
Just so I understand it, are you just want the facts, right? Or do you want the reasoning behind and the reasons for why?
I mean, if they know it's residential or commercial, that would be nice, but I'd like to know 65, is it more than last year? Was there only 40 last year?
That's easy to get for you, but there's, if you're raising larger issues in terms of why is this, or how do we impact families, that's a much bigger discussion.
Okay.
Arguably, they are, it starts with whoever is supposed to pay something.
Well, I know that, but if there's more people losing their homes, then maybe
It's
we have
important
problems
information.
with
Yeah.
how much people are paying, can't keep up and then lose their home. I just wanted to know. Once again, I apologize because these pages aren't numbered, but maintenance work and number 8, Fogland Beach, is kind of disgusting, but first of all, it's kind of amazing what the DPW does. I'm like, maybe I should have them clean my house. They just do so much. Fogland Beach, pick up trash, clean, wash bathroom, replenish supplies, respond to call. This is clean up defecation spread all over the bathroom and remove abandoned tires. So there's a real problem down there. Then project review. Meet with the tree warden on site regarding. Meet with the tree warden on site regarding dog park on 8/13/19. And I was just wondering if that's a policy that the tree warden is always called when it comes to removal of trees, and do you need their approval?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, we know that, yes.
okay. That's a little bit interesting because the tree warden, Mr. Manchester, told me that down at Grinnell's, a tree was removed and he was not consulted. Is this true? Who had a tree removed?
Can I-
Where the pavilion was?
First of all, I think that's a very different issue and not really part of project review or the department
Well, we can always talk
reports.
about it.
Yes, there has been an issue between the tree warden and other people who have been working on the Grinnell's Beach project, and I can certainly brief you at some point on that. I've spoken with him, I've spoken with everybody. We still are hoping to get some people together who are, because of their position on either the tree commission or another commission, have direct involvement in that case, because there are different perspectives on, how the planning was done, how decisions are being made, and who should actually have control, in particular about this particular tree in this particular location. So it's a little bit up in the air. It's a little convoluted as well. If you want me to, I can get into it now, but I think it may be better. I can do a memo if you want.
Yeah, how about a memo? That would
Okay.
be fine. Okay, thank you. I think that was it. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments on C2? Hearing none, may I have, maybe, I guess we're just acknowledging receipt of the report, is that okay?
Motion to
Okay.
approve
We have a
C1.
motion to acknowledge the report, C2. Do you have a second?
C2.
Second. All right, all those in favor? Unanimous? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, we do have an open public forum tonight. We have 3 folks that have signed up on topics of reappointment. I do want to just ask that if you were going to speak on the zoning board, because there are interviews tonight on that board, I'd ask that you wait and hold those until the next meeting. But if it's on any other matter, then, Ms. Jones, were you looking at the zoning board, or?
They're coming.
Well, my first question now is that you've got me a little confused because I thought we were going to be talking about the zoning board today. And since we had had a meeting already and I wasn't at that point able to speak about it, I specifically wanted to speak today. So I would appreciate it if I at least had a minute to explain why I feel it's important to allow the public to speak for the zoning.
I definitely want to let the public speak. The issue is that we usually allow the interviews to go so that the candidates all have their chance to interview before they.
You've had the interview for
One.
Joel Bishop, so you're going to interview Lisa Gescheit today?
Yeah, and we put
She's
Mr.
here.
Bishop back on because it wasn't clear to me whether you felt that you had the full opportunity to interview him, or he felt, so that part was a little
And you're
unclear
also
to
going to
me.
interview Jennifer Hilton today?
Here.
She's here. So you're asking us then to hold off until the following meeting?
Right, I mean, just out of protocol, we usually,
We could waive our
Like them.
policy.
You,
though.
but that's been in the past, you have waived that policy for other people as well.
Only when there hasn't been a contested seat.
Well, that's exactly that's exactly my point, I think.
There isn't a
This
contested.
is something that's really critical, and I feel strongly about. Whoops, sorry, no?
No, not.
And let me just put it in perspective, and I'm just going to use me as an example. As a registered occupational therapist, I worked for a long time in a psychiatric setting, but at one point I changed over to work as a school occupational therapist. And at that point, I felt very strongly that I needed a mentor, because even though I felt I was a good occupational therapist, I had never worked in a school system. So what struck me was that at the last meeting, there are people that have experience in other fields, but they don't have experience in this one. And just as any nurse, you're a nurse, you know, if you switched to a different field, if all of a sudden you were in oncology instead of public health, or if you were an attorney that was doing town politics, towns instead of land use, you would all have to have time to learn what you needed to learn to be an effective person in your job. And I'm just hoping that you will consider that, because there are people that are well qualified to do their job here. Thank you.
Excuse me, I just have a question. If you're going to hold off on public input until the next meeting, does that mean that you are not going to vote on any of these reappointments or appointments tonight?
Right, the council policy is very clear. It's unanimously adopted, and it's been outstanding for many, many years. All the interviews get completed, and then the votes occur at the next meeting. That's only fair to the council, that's fair to the candidates. We have waived that certainly when there have, in most cases, are more spots than applicants, and if it's a reappointment. But I can't think of a time where there's been a contested seat where we have ever made an on-the-spot decision, and that's very clear in the policy. I did let Ms. Jones speak, so I'm going to let you speak too. I mean, I'd ask
Okay.
you as a courtesy
I
to the
just, I'm
candidates,
a
but-
little confused about a contested seat, since there are two open positions for alternates, and there's one for the board.
Right, there's one
Right.
for the primary seat, so.
Right.
I'm just trying to follow the protocol, but I did let Ms. Jones speak. I'm asking
Okay.
for that courtesy, and if you insist on
Okay, so
speaking,
you're not
I'll
going to
let you.
vote on this until next meeting?
Not on the, maybe contested's not the right word, but I would expect we will be voting on B, C, and D, because there are, only the zoning board has more applicants than, so I would expect that if
Well,
Ms. Geisel is
as I
here,
see it, the
then we
zoning
will-
board has 3 applicants for three spots, but, you know. Okay, so you're going to be waiting until next.
And Barbara,
Yeah.
the newly posted latest policy on boards, commissions, and committees has everything in there, and you can look at it. And
Did you say uni?
Well, it's the latest posted updated town council policy on boards, commissions, and committees. So it should be online, right? Or are you going to have that on there?
There is one online up to 2006.
Yeah.
It's not new.
Not new.
That part of the policy has been the same since.
Yeah, it's there. She was just going to put, I think there's a few words changed here and there, not on this particular spot that you would be looking at, but I think it might be helpful to you.
Thank you.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
And I'll be sure to give you first priority on the, I think this will come up on the 23rd. Mr. McLaughlin?
Yeah, I got a nice, quick, easy question for you. Why would you need to interview for reappointment somebody like Ms. Gachette that's been on the zoning board for as long as I can remember? She brings with her a wealth of legal knowledge, and I think that's important because their decisions involve a lot of a legal cast, and we have a town solicitor who may or may not show up at board meetings we needed. I think,
I think that's uncalled for because you don't know the whole story.
no, it's a fact. I'm just
You
stating the
don't-
truth.
No, you're not stating a fact.
It is.
Please
Where was
stay-
he Friday
Please
night?
just stay to what you have on here, please.
Well, he wasn't here Friday night. I see a board that should have had a solicitor sitting here, and he wasn't.
Once again,
But
you're
that's not the
talking
point.
about something that's not on
I'm not
there.
here to argue with you. Would you shut up for a second and please answer my question?
think you
Why
need to
would
step
you
away
need
from that. You're
to
not
interview
on
somebody
this
who's
subject.
had the position for so many
Step
years?
away.
All right, so first of all, I'll handle your question. Please don't insult the council.
Well, I'm not going to have her talk down to me
You're
either.
not going to talk to me like
The answer
that.
to your question is, it is the policy that has been adopted unanimously by this council, unanimously, as most of our votes are. Read the policy, and the policy is clear, for better or worse. When we have more applicants than vacancies, we do not vote on those applicants the night of their interviews. We think it's unfair to the applicants and unfair to the council to not have the time to take feedback. And I will, as I allow public comment on every single agenda item other than candidate interview nights, when they come up for a vote, I will ask for public comment. Tonight on A, B, C, and D, I can't guarantee, but because there are fewer applicants than vacancies, I expect this body will appoint all of them. I will ask for public input that night if we do. But that is the policy, and that's the policy that has been there for at least 6, 7, 8 years, and that's the answer to your question. And that was a unanimous policy. Okay?
So don't make
And
sense.
I promised it, if you want to speak on the zoning board, then as I promised Ms. Martin, she'll be first in line, and if you'd like, I'll make sure that you're second in line. I think that comes up for a vote on the 23rd, depending on who is here and not here for interviews tonight. Okay? All right. That was all we had signed up for our open public forum. We have no advertised public hearings and no licenses. Wow. Okay. So here we are back to appointments and resignations. Again, there's so trouble filling. We have a lot of boards that have vacancies, and you've heard us pleading to fill them. And here we find ourselves in the happy spot of having, as I said, enough applicants, and that's a wonderful thing to have. And I think it's important that we be happy about that and treat everybody, with respect. We have Ms. Geisch. I'm so terrible to use names, and I apologize. Ms. Geischite. Geischite, I'm sorry. Mr. Bishop and Ms. Jennifer Hilton. You want to just, if we'd like to go in order? Sure.
Mr. President, before we start the interviews, may I have the floor to point something
Sure,
out?
go ahead.
There seems to be some confusion here as to the vacancies and how they work on the zoning board. And we don't actually have more applicants than we have seats for. Mr. Bishop came in front of us last week applying to be on the board, and he was unsure if he was applying for an alternate seat or a regular member seat on the board. And I brought this up last week, that although I didn't have the charter in front of me, when it comes to appointments on the zoning board, the charter is quite specific. And that is that unless there are absolutely no other candidates on the planet, the charter states that if there is a vacancy from a regular member of the board, because the board has 5 regular members and 2 alternates, a first alternate and a second alternate, that if there's a vacancy on the regular member board, then the first alternate moves up and takes that position. And that's stated in the charter. I printed it out here. I just am trying to put my hands on it. It's somewhere in this piece of paper. So Ms. Gescheit, who currently is a regular member of the board, has applied to retain her seat as a regular member. There's an existing first alternate on the board, Jennifer Hilton, no relation, by the way, and she's put in an application to renew her spot as the first alternate. She's asking to be reappointed as the first alternate, which leaves an open spot that Mr. Bishop could apply for. It's the only board that works this way, but that's how this works in the charter. So if there's an opening on the regular member board, then the first alternate moves up and takes that spot. You can't appoint somebody out of that. So there aren't really actually more applications than we have available seats for. But you also have to do it in the precedence, the way that the charter lays it out. And the charter lays that out because the zoning board of all of our boards and commissions it's quasi-judicial. It's essentially a judicial hearing and a judicial process that goes there. It's bound by the laws. The appeal to anything that happens there is superior court. So it has to run in a fashion and in a manner that's laid out by the law. And having members who are experienced and understand that is really important. It's why it exists like that in the charter. So I don't understand why we're saying that we have more applicants for any particular seat, because we don't actually have that situation.
I'm going to answer to what you're saying, and I have...
Can you speak up?
I'm sorry. I'm going to answer to the fact that you're stating what's in the policy.
No, it's
and
not,
it has-
excuse me, it's the
charter.
charter,
I'm
not the
sorry.
policy, the charter.
Okay. It also says that there is no guarantee for reappointment, and it also says to give other people a chance, that you can serve 2 or 3 terms, and then if there's other people, that they can be put in that place, so that there's openings for other people. That is not what I'm saying that Lisa, I can't say your last name. Oh, Gescheit. Has anything to do with that. I don't think she would do a fine job. I'm just saying what I read today. That's all.
Can I just make a suggestion that, for better or worse, the agenda says interviews only, and that's what it says, and that's what we're going to do. I don't think it's the case that every new person that comes to the zoning board must begin as an alternate. And I also don't know if Ms. Gescheit would be willing to be an alternate. And I also think that we had some conversation with Mr. Bishop that he might be willing to accept another spot, perhaps in our planning board. So I have a pretty good feeling that everything's going to work out just fine if we can just get on with the interviews. I don't think this is fair to the applicants to have them watch this kind of dialogue. Let's just follow the policy. It sounds like everybody's here. So I guarantee you there will be a vote on Monday, September 23rd. And before that vote, I guarantee you I will take public comment with Ms. Martin getting number 1 in line and Mr. McLaughlin number 2. That's it. It says interviews only. That's what we're going to do.
But in the past, we have waived our policy. Even when it says interviews only, we have.
Well, it would be inappropriate to waive policy
I don't know.
for if there were more vacancies. That's the point of the policy.
But
So
to
for-
Trish's point, there isn't more vacancies than more applicants than vacancies.
Are you claiming that this body has no option but to appoint a new applicant but to an alternate seat? They can't be appointed directly to the body?
I'm reading to you from the charter. Vacancies of regular members shall be filled by the first alternate and a replacement alternate member appointed by the council. That's in the charter. That
That's in
is
our
in the
charter.
charter.
If I may, Mr. President, Nancy Mello pointed that out to me earlier, and I don't read it that way. I don't believe that would make sense. I believe that is intended to address vacancies during a term, which would be consistent with what every other alternate in any board I've ever dealt with anywhere is there for, right? It's to fix vacancies during a term. Your hands are not tied, and honestly, if they were, since the alternates are appointed year to year, you could just not reappoint the alternate and then appoint the alternate and then appoint them to this position. So it wouldn't actually work in the way that's being suggested, even if that may be viewed as a reading. I think it's a tortured reading. I don't believe your hands are tied in that manner.
Okay, well,
It's pathetic.
I'm pretty sure everything's going to work out just fine. So may we please proceed with the interviews?
Point of clarification, why are we doing it if it doesn't expire until 2024?
No, it's the new one.
The new term.
We have a question for those that couldn't hear about the timing of the term. Are we?
The question was, well, if these terms don't expire to 2024, I think if you look at the agenda, that's the term that would expire for the new appointee. It would be a reappointment for a new term that would expire then.
Okay. I would like Ms. Gescheit to please come. She's been.
She's fine.
I didn't realize I was so controversial.
It's not, it normally is, it normally is not. In fact, as I said, this is a wonderful situation, and I'm pretty sure everything's going to be just fine. These are very formal, or informal, very brief. We know you're very seasoned and experienced, and we certainly appreciate that.
And it looks like I'm heading for the garbage can.
I doubt that, but please don't let any of this. So if you could just give us a couple seconds on kind of really what's interesting you in the next term, and obviously you're very experienced, but things you would like to see, if any changes, and maybe there are none, just sort of going forward, and then it'll be open season, and anything else you'd like to tell us?
Okay, well, I think I'd like to start by telling you I graduated from Trinity College in Hartford in 1974, Phi Beta Kappa, and went to Boston College Law School, and I've been a practicing attorney since 1977. I have been appointed by the Chief Judge of the Supreme Court to be head of the Ethics Advisory Panel to guide attorneys on ethical matters. I've won a number of awards that I listed in my application, so I don't need to go into that. I've been on the zoning board over 10 years now, and I have found it to be incredibly important for my job as a citizen. I take my responsibilities extremely seriously. Every time we get new petitions, I sit down, I read them, I review the statutes, I review state law, our charter, our zoning laws. I read all the briefs or memos that anyone files, and I confer with our legal counsel before every meeting. I've been doing that since the beginning. I lost my husband 3 years ago to leukemia, and when he was very sick, I remember saying to him, "Honey, it's Wednesday, I'm going to the zoning board," and him telling me, "Why don't you quit that goddamn job and stay home and take care of me?" And quite frankly, this board has kept me sane. It's kept my hand in the laws. I'm semi-retired now. And I think it's an important job for people as members of our community to be familiar with the law, to confer with one another civilly, and to allow everyone to be heard. That's people in the audience, every member of the board, every alternate. I am so overwhelmed by the outpouring of support for me. When I was never involved in local politics, I never read the Sakana Times, to have people point out to me letters that people have written on my behalf to attest to my knowledge, my integrity, and I'm so flattered by that. I don't even know these people. Mr. McLaughlin appeared before us as a litigant, and I think he lost every case that he had before us. And this man took time out of his life to come in here and say some nice things about me. I hope that's because I do my job well, without bias, without prejudice, and that's the way I feel about it. I think this town is a beautiful town. I love it the way it is, the way our legislators, our local legislators have provided for procedures and ways to be done, and the law has to be applied equally to everyone. And that's what I've done. And unless there's something that that you're aware of that has affected my job performance as chair, I don't know why you would kick me to the curb. There are far more people on the board that presently sit that have been on a lot longer than I have. And so I don't know what the controversy is about, but
I don't
to the
either,
extent that
actually.
you no longer want me, I can accept that. And to the extent you do want me, I'm willing to serve as a regular member of the board.
And then just,
I am not, if you're asking me which way I think the things should go forward, I am not a policymaker. I am not up there on the zoning board to rule with what I think might be a sounder policy or a more well-reasoned result, you know, in terms of who the nice person is in front of us. I am not a policymaker, and many times I've been asked by the prior council for my opinions of things, and I don't feel that I'm in the position to give my opinion on policy. That's your job. I'm there to listen to the evidence, to ask questions of the litigants, and to try to decide each case on its facts, and that's what I've been doing. We have a wonderful board. I didn't know any of the people on the board when I began to serve, and we get along well. We follow the open meetings laws. We don't see each other socially. We see each other the first Wednesday of every month, and we sit there and we hash it out, and we give everybody's opinion equal weight. I don't have any more say in anything because I was the chair. I'm simply trying to maintain order in the meeting and allow everyone the opportunity to be heard. So if there's anything you'd like to ask me, I'm happy to answer anybody's questions.
no,
but-
the only thing was, is there anything in particular, kind of wearing your chair hat on the zoning board? It sounds like the status quo, the machine's running okay.
Well, there's
and
certainly-
I
the-
mean, I know
what
you
I-
had a lot of work, for sure.
We have a ton of work, and one of the things that I did mention at our last meeting was that I feel that our procedures need to be tweaked, and that's something that the zoning board gets to address. And, you know, we've had a lot of turnover in our zoning office, in our building office, and it's been very stressful because I don't feel that the new woman who has taken over, who's doing her very best, can all of a sudden have the institutional knowledge of what Jody Roy had, you know, when I got there. I mean, she helped me understand, you know, the policies and procedures. But I think our rules of procedure need to be tweaked. You know, we had ended up scheduling a special meeting because we had so many things on the agenda in the last week that I didn't think we were going to get to everybody. And I wanted everyone to have a fair hearing, to have all their witnesses testify, et cetera, et cetera. You know, it's not a wham, bam, thank you, ma'am kind of place. And when we got a number of things on our agenda that should never have been put on the agenda. They were, you know, and I don't mean to criticize. I'm not criticizing anybody for this. This is a learning curve for everyone. But we had so many matters on the docket that we scheduled a special meeting and had advertising because I didn't think all the litigants could get heard. You know, what happened? The first case folded. That was expected to be very contentious. The second case had the wrong address on the paperwork and had to be re-advertised. The third one, we didn't get the planning board opinion or the town's engineer report. And I'm not going forward on something like that, you know, where, you know, involves our watershed. I mean, that's very important to all of us, as it should be. So all of a sudden, what I thought was going to be 2 days of contentious hearings turned out to be an hour. And so I think we need to change our procedures so that people, if they have lawyers, they have their entries of appearance filed. And so a week, 5 days before a hearing, we know whether a matter's going to go or not go. So people don't spend money and sit around here with their witnesses that they're paying by the hour and not get heard. That's not fair to anybody. So I would like to do that, entries of appearance. I want to know whether a case is going to go or not. And I think there should be sanctions for litigants that come in here and demand to be heard, and then they're not ready to go forward. You know, those are my opinions off the top of my head.
That's really helpful. Well, I think that's your prerogative working with council or your own team, right, to develop those?
Those rules of procedure are something that are up to the zoning board members to do, and I mentioned it to Mr. Fabish. I said, there's too much confusion, we gotta streamline this, we gotta be fair to everyone. And, you know, this is not a wealthy town. There are plenty of people that come in front of us that are not represented by lawyers. They deserve the same amount of consideration as the people with lawyers. You know, I was a public defender for a good part of my life, you know? Everybody's entitled, we're all entitled to the same justice.
Yeah, just for clarification, the zoning board's work does not appeal to this body. So we do these appointments, and then they wear the bullseye, and it's off the court. So while we're here to help support in how we can, I don't know that there's much we really can do.
It's a good idea.
This is a very good idea, and I'm sure we'll be standing by that. Okay. Open
Well,
for-
if you have reasons why you think that you want to appoint another member, voting member, maybe you should bring your concerns to me, and I'd be happy to address them.
I don't know that anybody has a reason. I think we're just following our process, following the policy, being fair. I'm sure you'd understand. This is not your first rodeo. The floor is open for any other questions.
I
or
just had one
comments?
question, because I honestly don't know the answer. You mentioned that, I mean, one of the concerns, global concern, not personal to you, just this policy that the town seems to have maybe a person do 1 or 2 terms, maybe 3 terms, and then give somebody else a chance. And I did just check because I couldn't remember, but I am struck by the qualification to be on the zoning board doesn't indicate anything about any legal experience or knowledge of laws. So I just wanted to point that out. But the question I had for you is, you mentioned that there are people on the board who have been there longer than you. And
Yes.
How, can you just educate me, who,
Jay Jackson?
yeah, has been there?
David Collins has been there for 30 years. He was the chair before me, and he's a great contributing,
Okay.
conscientious member.
Okay.
So I'm wondering, why me, if the policy is to give everybody a
you what?
turn?
We're just
Did it have anything to do with the
interviewing
fact that when Mr. Ciccone was interviewing, that I expressed my opinion on the importance of RFPs? Or that I signed the recall petition? Am I being,
I don't think
replaced
I've
because you
indicated-
don't like my political views?
I don't think I've indicated anything
No
to
one's
say
indicated
that
it.
I'm not going to
Mrs.
vote for you.
It's very simple. There's
No
two
one has
applicants.
indicated that to me, but I'm trying to figure out why, of all the people on the zoning board who've been there longer than I have, why this is so controversial. And I never even thought it was,
I guess-
contested.
I don't understand where you're getting that this is controversial. Who's saying this? I don't
Well,
think it's come
apparently
from
it's
here.
all over Facebook. I mean, and
I'm not on Facebook, I have no idea, but you haven't gotten it from here.
This is very simple. We have a policy. We have 2 applicants for 1 slot, and we're going to follow the process. We're going to take a vote next week, or 2 weeks, and
Well,
I wouldn't read anything more than that into it.
I want to express.
And you would follow the same procedures.
I
too.
want to express my opinion, that unless I've done something wrong, in light of the fact that other members of the board have served for a lot longer than I have, the only thing that I can think of is that I spoke publicly about my opinions and exercised my First Amendment rights. And if that's the reason that you're considering appointing someone else to a voting position, I just wanted to know in my own mind that I didn't do something wrong while I was in the performance of my duties as chair of the zoning board.
Could I say something, please? I understand why she's concerned, because I've been on the town council for a long time, and we have a qualified person who's been doing zoning for 10 years. We have had no problems with the way she runs it. Well, of course, complaints, because it's a very complicated matter and people don't like to be said no to. But I think the concern here is we have a qualified member that wants to go back to her position. We have an alternate that wants to stay in her alternate position, and we have another applicant that, in my opinion, could easily put in the alternate position, and then when time comes, alternates usually become members. They get educated, they get experience, and by the way, they'll learn a lot from this woman, being on an alternate and watching the way this is done. So I can understand why she's concerned, because we've never run into a problem where a board member wants to be there, and we're saying there's more than one position, and they're really, it's very logical what should happen. And I would be a little insulted too if I've been doing the job that she's done and served this community for 10 years, and now being told, well, there's other people that might want your position, people that do not have any experience. And Mrs. Driggs, it is important. I know it's not a qualification to be a lawyer, but I've been to a lot of zoning board meetings, and it is very handy if you are a lawyer, and very an excellent qualification if you were chairing this zoning board. And that's all I have to say.
Just to articulate something that I would think would be clear is the reason perhaps we are asking questions of you and not the other members is you're the one up for reappointment, and that's what this, so this has come before us with you tied to that. And our last meeting, there were a number of questions I had just procedurally I didn't have data for. So for example, I had asked that our policy, I think, says to try to space people out. So old members, new members, middle of the road members. I didn't have information on when everybody had been appointed for the last meeting. It also says things like 3 terms. I think you've done 13 years, which would be, I assume you started to fill a partial term or something.
I think
like
I was an alternate to begin with
Right,
when
and
I
then-
started.
And then started.
And then I got to be a regular member, and then the board members asked me to be the chair.
Okay.
So it's, it's the collegiality and the good working relationship that I think I'm sitting here as chair. But I need to tell you that you might not be required to be a lawyer to be on the zoning board, but as a member of the zoning board, you're required to interpret what our ordinances say. And I certainly do my own legal research. And I don't think a member of the public who's not a lawyer would know how to do that. I went to 3 years to law school to learn how to do legal research. So I like to think that, and I spent 42 years of my life doing legal research. And I do all my own legal research before every hearing. So it really does require knowledge of the terms that are used in statutes and ordinances. And I just encourage you, when you decide who you want, and that's certainly your prerogative to pick who you want, institutional knowledge is a very valuable commodity. And you don't want to start with a new slate, because you're going to find yourself in litigation over and over again. And that's not in the town's best interest. And it certainly has never been anything that I ever encouraged. I mean, we try to resolve things and settle them if we can. But it's not easy doing this work.
I just have one question.
If I could, I wasn't quite finished. I just want to reinforce I gather people think this is controversial. People make assumptions about things. The fact is, there are 2 people asking for a position. The spacing is there are 2 people who've been there since we have records, 2 people who are relatively new, and then you in the middle. So having that information now, that I didn't have at the last meeting, makes a difference. So from my point of view, there is no controversy here. I did want to ask, just because I've been asking of all planning, zoning appointees, reappointees, what your general philosophy you bring, because obviously there's law, but there's ambiguity in the law, and you're trying to balance interests, letter of the law versus residents' ability to do things with their own property. What's your underlying philosophy for answering those questions?
My philosophy is to follow the law as I understand it to be, ask our legal counsel for input, and discuss it with our other members of the board to see if we can come to a consensus. And I don't think I've dissented more than 3 or 4 times since I've been on the zoning board. I mean, we generally try to find consensus. And I don't have any political philosophy that I take with me. That doesn't belong on a judicial board. It's fairly easy. I mean, I am not in a policy-making position. I'm in an application of the law to the facts position. So what I might think about, what people do with their own property, I mean, really, I think we're bound by our zoning ordinance. And my political opinion, that has nothing to do with my voting on the zoning board. It's, there's very little, really, that needs to be interpreted. I mean, most of the stuff has been around the block 6 or 7 times. Lawyers might argue a different take of it, or why one factor should be weighted more than another factor. But I don't think it's that ambiguous. I mean, we generally come to the same conclusions. So whatever you decide, you're in the driver's seat. I'm not making accusations against anyone, but I'm just telling you what it feels like to have done the job for as many years as I've done it, always seen people reappointed who wish to be reappointed, and I'm at the crossroads here. And the job is important to me because I care about the town, and I want to keep my legal skills up and be sharp, you know? I guess that's my other self-interest. But that's the only self-interest I have. I have no bottom line. I have no dog in the fight.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Oh, do we have any more questions?
I do.
Comments? Yep.
Joe, did you want anything? Well, I'd first of all like to say that as a longtime member of the Conservation Commission, I had many opportunities to go to the zoning board and sometimes opportunities to speak. And I would like to compliment Lisi on the incredibly good job that she does over there. It's very difficult. Zoning is, as she said, it's based in the law, and it's based in interpretation of the law, not, people's personal opinions of whether or not something would be nice or not. It has to be based in the law, and it's often a very emotional thing for the applicants, especially those who haven't done it before. It's their property, and it can be a little confusing and a little overwhelming. And I will say that I think that particular board does a wonderful job of treating everybody the same and treating everybody fairly, and especially trying to be fair to applicants that don't have legal representation, because it can be a little bit overwhelming. And I've always been impressed with the job that Lisi has done. And I have to say that regardless of how many people say this is not controversial, I agree with Councilor DiMedeiros in that it is. And again, Mr. Ciccione and I are going to disagree on the interpretation of the charter. I read the plain language of the charter that says vacancies, and that's how I read it. And frankly, that's how we've always done it. I mean, it's not only the plain language in the charter of how you fill a vacancy on the zoning board. It's also been the past practice and precedent. And I strongly disagree that we have multiple candidates for positions, as opposed to what I see here, which is that there are 3 positions and there are 3 candidates. So I don't see, and as a matter of fact, Mr. Bishop himself last week he didn't know he didn't know which one he wanted to be, because he didn't even know there was a difference. So I'm having a bit of trouble with that. And as far as, the idea of having new people come in, this is the only time in all the people that we've appointed since this council has been in place since last November that I can remember that we've asked anybody how long you have been there and considered that as a criteria. We haven't done that with anybody else who's come in front of us. As a matter of fact, we appointed some people last meeting, reappointed people to the Harbor Commission that have been on their board and commission way longer than Ms. Gescheitz has been on, and nobody asked that question. So, all of a sudden, this particular reappointment and this whole process is completely different than anyone that I've ever seen while being on this council or any other council. And with all due respect, Mr. Katz made a comment last week about somehow, we have multiple positions, and some sort of comment about, maybe we can use this to do something about the chairs, that of getting rid of chairs who have been, there too long, or some such comment like that. I don't understand why, if we have a first alternate who's interviewing to reapply for the first alternate spot who does a good job, a member who's reapplying to be the member who does a good job, and potentially a third candidate who's brand new, who wasn't sure what they were interviewing for, but my suggestion would be that they start as the second alternate and learn the process, why we are doing this. And I
Do you have
am
any
asking...
questions for the actual applicant? I have asked this body to show respect to the candidates and to the council by not having a policy debate about their situation. Do you have a question for the candidate?
I don't know.
We're going to follow the policy.
Mr.
We're going to
President.
vote on this in 2 weeks.
Can I also make the point that there's, within your own rules, there's a requirement that council members not question the motivation of council members on these types of issues, and I think that's a point of decorum that seems to be lost, and I would just ask
Could you, excuse me, could you point out in our own rules where that is?
You're subject to Robert's Rules of Order, and Robert's Rules of Order requires a decorum, including not attacking the motivations of other members.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's not fair to our chair to have to listen to this debate. She has taken time out of her evening, she obviously works like
I'm
crazy.
sorry, Ms. Gescheit, are you, am I'm hope that I'm not putting you in an uncomfortable position with my comments.
I just hope you appoint the best qualified person to do the job as a citizen. That's what I'm asking you to do. And that's what I hope you do. Because, I can't tell you how incredibly important Jody Roy was to the operation of zoning and building. And, it was chaos last week. And I don't think you want to hit chaos on a different level for the same board. We're all trying to work together to solve the problem. And I hope that you appreciate that I'm not being critical of you. I'm not being critical of anybody. I'm just saying the town, we want to do what's in the town's best interest. And I hope we all share that goal. But don't kick out institutional knowledge because it's a very valuable thing. Thank you.
Mr. Scheid, if I could just, if you had any concerns with regard to Councilor Hilton's commentary there, I want to affirm this is the only board we've had so far, and it may be the only volunteer board in town that's full, which presents a new scenario for this particular council. So when we had two people asking, and you weren't able to make it understand for interviews last time, and interviewing reappointments is often not done in the past, so that's kind of new. So again, people are making an assumption that there's controversy. It was just a new situation for us, and we're following through the policy.
We've had folks, I think Minna Winiarski from the Harbor Board, where even though they were up for reappointment and there were multiple vacancies, not everybody, but some still stop by just to see how it's going. So that's nothing more, nothing less. So may we...
Thank you.
At the risk of annoying the president even more, I would like to just point out one thing. This board is not full. It's not full. We've been missing a second alternate for how long now?
A long time.
A long
And
time.
in fact, I've asked for an alternate to be
Right.
appointed for over a year.
It is.
And our board has expressed that to me, and I've expressed it to our legal counsel.
Well, just there is an arguable distinction between an alternate and a full member in a general sense. And again, this is a new situation for this particular council. We're working through it. There are assumptions being made that aren't accurate. That's all there is to it. There's no
In
bigger
conclusion,
story.
I just wanted to share with you, when I became an alternate member, I had done only criminal defense work or civil litigation. The terms were unfamiliar to me, and it took years for me to understand the difference between a variance and a special use permit. This stuff is complicated, and I mean, even with my training, I'm not kidding. It was, I was on the phone with Peter Ruggiero all the time asking for advice when I was preparing for the hearings, because I didn't know the answer. And I just, people may feel too reticent to admit what they don't know, and so maybe they won't ask.
I, for one, just feel it's very important that I don't go on social media, I don't go on Facebook, I can't stand what I hear goes on there. So, but I, for one, resent in any way that you feel that I've come here with a prejudgment that I don't want you. And I'm getting that sense from people who have come up to speak, that somehow they're thinking this town council is against you. I, for one, have no prejudging, and I just want to say that.
Well, I hope so. Thank you.
It's true.
Well, and I'm not a social media person either. People
I'm
have
an
pointed
attorney
me to
too.
the-
I'm an attorney
told me
too,
about-
and I
Sure.
told
speak
me
the
about
truth.
Facebook, so I looked at it.
Yeah.
It's not where I get my news.
I'll just wrap it up. As a fellow attorney and a fellow chair, I know you know what it's like to be in the seat, but we're just following the policy. I'm sure you do the same thing. This will be set for a vote in 2 weeks. You don't have to come to that if you don't want to. Of course, you're very much welcome to.
Thank you.
And again, thank you for sitting through this. Okay. Mr. Joel Bishop. So I'm going to begin with an apology again. Despite my best efforts, you can see we're trying to just stay focused on just informal discussion. You were just here. We wanted to make sure, because it wasn't crystal clear at that time, that you were don't know if it was crystal clear which seat you were looking for. So this is just another chance to tell us anything you want to tell us, any other questions, and which I guess we should make sure we're clear too, if you would prefer the regular seat versus the alternate seat. Anything else you'd like to tell us? I guess you can see you have very experienced other people on the board that you had the benefit of watching the prior conversations. So I'll open up the floor, but give you the first word.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I was unclear. I am actually seeking the actual zoning board seat. I'm really not seeking the alternate seat. I would like to be on the zoning board. As I mentioned last week, I am a business owner in town, and I'm raising my family here. I've only been here for about 5 years, but I'm 42 years old and looking to get more involved. I was thinking about running for town council at one time, and I don't know, after watching a lot of the drama that has overwhelmed our town, that is necessarily where I want to go. But zoning does, after attending the meeting, the zoning board meeting, per your request, I feel strongly that the zoning board is the right place for me. I'm not sure I expressed to you, but at one point in my life, I did consider being a lawyer, and I kind of feel like I missed my calling on that, and I do enjoy reading the law.
Some second thoughts on that, if you want to maybe.
I understand.
Speaking
No,
of a
you know,
lawyer.
I've talked to other lawyers, and they kind of say the same thing, and I understand. I just, I'm very, very interested in the law and freedom, you know, and how we all are self-governing, and the zoning board is a big part of that, and I want to participate. I want to do my part.
I know everybody had some opportunity to talk to Mr. Bishop before. Are there any follow-up questions? And then, again, this is not the time to debate the charter. We will do that. But anything for the candidate?
I do have a question. If so be it, you aren't put as a regular member, would you be interested in being an alternate?
Yes, I would.
Okay, thank you.
I
What
do
was
have
the
a
answer? I'm
question.
sorry.
Yes, I would. I mean, like I said, I would prefer the seat, but yeah, I mean, if the alternate is the only seat available to me, then, and I don't want, I mean, people mention that this is, you know, like some conspiracy. It's really not. I just, the seat came up and I saw it and I said, oh, I'd love to do that. And getting more into it, I do see that Mrs. Lisa Bichette, she has been on for almost three terms now, and that was, I think, about the limit for what zoning board people are supposed to do, because we want some turnover and we want some, you know, some progress in the town, and I feel like I can bring that kind of progress. You know, I read through the comp plan, and I liked what I read. I would have liked to see more in regards to the agriculture. Like I said, I'm a farmer here in town, and I would like to see more how we can help farmers. So that's I feel like that's one of the major selling points of this town is the farming and the sort of the old timiness. And if we don't do more to help the farmers, then we're going to lose them, because farming is not an easy job. And farmers are selling their land to develop it for houses. And I've seen that a lot in this town and other towns, and I don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see more farmland turn into houses. I want to see it protected, and I want to see more open space, and I want to see maybe those open space pieces of land working with the farmers to rebuild our soils. That was something I saw in the comp plan, that we have really bad soil in this town. We can rebuild that soil through rotational grazing, and just, you know, really paying attention to the land. And I hear a lot about conservation, but I don't hear anything about actually helping the problem. And we do have the technology to help the problem, but we just need people in the right positions to try to make those things happen. We need new leadership, I think. We need people that are forward thinking, and I feel like I am.
Mr. Bishop, given those goals, have you considered the planning board? I think that might be a little bit more trying to plan, so to speak.
Yeah, no, and you guys mentioned that last week, that the planning board may be an opportunity, and yes, I want to throw my hat in the ring. After watching what happened at the planning board last week, we need new leadership. This board here
Planning board?
is, I'm sorry, the zoning board. This board here is very professional and what I expect out of a zoning board, and that's not what I saw last week. It's just not. I mean, I encourage you to read through the minutes and make your own decision, but that's not what I saw, and that's what we need.
Well, we're going to definitely take our time, but I've heard you've given us a lifeline if we still do have full vacancies on the planning board. There's no alternates on the planning board, right? It's kind of,
No.
No.
so, I mean, we'll vote in 2 weeks, but I just appreciate considering a broad view of the land use world. Anything?
I have a question, and I have to admit, Mr. Bishop, I'm a little confused. Two things. The things that you're talking about, especially having heard what Mrs. Gescheit just said, which is the role of the zoning board, the things that you're talking about in terms of conservation and agriculture and changing, those aren't things that the zoning board has control over.
I'm aware of that.
Okay, so I'm not really sure how they fit into, those are things that fall into the purview of the planning board.
Well, there's more just background information about who I am and sort of how I feel
Okay.
about the town.
The other thing, and while I don't go on all the time, I will admit occasionally I do go on Facebook. And after your last interview, I did see you put something on Facebook about believing that people should just be allowed to do with as they please with their property.
Within reason, yes.
So, well, I mean, I have a question about that because, on the zoning board, these are, you've got to interpret the laws. It's not a matter of, well, I like this person, so they should, get permission, and I don't like that permission. I mean, I'm just a little concerned that your expectation here is of what the zoning board is supposed to do versus your land use philosophy might be a little bit in conflict.
Oh, I don't think so at all. I agree that the role of the zoning board is to interpret the zoning ordinances, and as I think we all agree, those are open to interpretation. To clarify some things that were said, you do not have to be an attorney to be on the zoning board, and I know we have at least one non-attorney that's currently on the zoning board. So I just want to make that clarification. No, the job is, volunteer position is to interpret the zoning ordinances, and those are up to interpretation.
Okay. And then finally, in fairness to the zoning board, and I have to admit that having been a longtime board member myself, that I tend to feel a little protective when people criticize boards and commissions. And I think that you heard from Ms. Gescheit that recently, because of the departure of a very long-term staff member in the building office, that's made life kind of difficult for the zoning board right now because they're, the process isn't quite as smooth as it used to be while people, get up to speed. So I don't think necessarily criticizing that, and I probably wouldn't have said this until you made that criticism, but I will also tell you that I did happen to hear from a couple of people who were in attendance that that they thought that you were actually a little disrespectful to the chair in that the process was new to you and you didn't understand the process for testimony, and as you were advised that it was not the time to be speaking, that you were a bit disrespectful.
Not
so
true at all.
I don't necessarily think that helps the situation. But
There's a lot of drama on this town.
back to
There's a
your,
lot of people that
and,
don't really tell the
and one
truth.
last thing, back to your planning board thing. I can appreciate that you want to serve, but you need to make a decision. Are you wanting to apply because for the zoning board or for the planning board?
I think I've made it very clear that I'm looking to join the zoning board.
Okay, I would just like to clarify that, because in your earlier statements, it was not a little clear, it was a little unclear to me.
I also don't normally go with hearsay when I try to interview candidates. I would probably refer you to the minutes of last week's meeting because it was a circus.
Thank you for your advice.
Okay, again, thank you, and please let not these conversations dissuade you from applying, which is what we ask you to do, so.
Thank you.
We will, we'll make some tough decisions on 2 weeks from now unless we have a lifeline there we could use. All right, Miss Jennifer Hilton, brave soul. There are two, is it a first alternate and a second alternate, or are there two alternates of the same rank? Am I thinking of this correctly?
It's the first and second.
So are we, I guess what I'm trying to get at is I don't see any
I'd
scenario.
like to keep
where-
my position.
Yeah, and,
Which
and
is-
the agenda will be interviewing only tonight.
As
I-
first.
I don't believe that this is contested, but I really do appreciate you coming, and I'd love if you could just, just tell us how it's going and anything. If maybe there's nothing you'd like to see, any changes we heard about policy, procedures, anything along those lines that we might want to be aware of or might be able to help support.
Well, I tend to ramble a lot, so I prepared what I wanted to say, if that's all right.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, cool. I will do my best. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Hilton. I've been on the Tiverton Zoning Board of Review since July of 2017. The past few years, I have been an alternate on the board, which makes me a non-voting member unless there is a conflict of interest with a voting member or someone that could not make the meeting. During these past 2 years, I have learned so much in regards to the law, zoning, and the ins and outs of this town with still so much to learn. I'm a local realtor. I think this benefits the board with my local knowledge of the town and my eagerness to learn more about zoning and real property. I believe being an alternate is extraordinarily important prior to becoming a voting member on this board. We are governed not only by the town zoning code of ordinance, but also Rhode Island general laws. I'm so appreciative for not only having our council present at each and every meeting, but also Lisi Gashite and Wendy Taylor Humphrey as chairperson and voting member on our zoning board. Both of these fabulous women are semi-retired attorneys that I personally believe have saved our taxpayers thousands of dollars each year for facilitating and participating in lawful zoning board meetings. Also with other members of our board, Dave, George, and Jay, all of these members bring a strong experience to the table in order to make our town zoning board run so smoothly. Lisi especially has really put her best foot forward when it comes to the zoning board. With her past experience with the zoning board, it's no wonder that she knows the process like the back of her hand. This helps the town of Tiverton in so many ways to limit us from liability and lawsuit. Lisi also helps the other zoning members by emailing us education seminars and other beneficial articles to educate us on how to be better members of the zoning board. This position is voluntary, and she really goes above and beyond what is required, but in the long run, really benefits the town, keeping our taxpayer dollars going to the budgeted items and not frivolous lawsuits. I'm sure you have all read the zoning code of ordinances, town commercial form-based code, and the Tiverton comprehensive plan, all of which are lengthy. I have also had the great pleasure of reading those important documents. However, until you've been on the board for a number of years, you truly do not have an understanding of how these documents are implemented. On top of understanding zoning code, understanding how a board operates is another challenge of a new member. Personally, being an incoming president of the Newport County Board of Realtors, I'm quite familiar with how boards operate and how they run. When considering myself for reappointment, I reviewed both the town charter and the town council policy on boards, commissions, and committees. The following factors should be weighed when considering a nomination: experience, education, skills, and other qualifications related to the board generally. My experience is having been on the board for the past few years and learning not only the process, but understanding the law and what we can and cannot do. The level of interest in general service to the town. I've lived in Tiverton for most of my life, with the exception to going to the University of Rhode Island for my 4 years of undergrad. I have deep roots in this community and continue to be part of it. I have recently built my home just a stone throw from where we sit now. I have built my business as a realtor to sell homes in Tiverton and surrounding areas. I care very much about what this town is going to be and the future of it. I have a vested interest to stay within our comprehensive plan, keeping our beautiful town, well, beautiful. Availability and time. I'm 28 years old. I have built my home, thank God it's over, with no children and major commitments besides my career. I have committed the past 2 years to this board and will continue to make that commitment. I urge you when making the decision for new members for this board tonight or future interviews, that they have the opportunity to be an alternate member prior to a voting member. This gives them the opportunity to really understand what the board means, rather than coming to just one meeting, not understanding the process, and maybe reading the zoning code of ordinance and comprehensive plan out of context, not truly understanding what's going on. This gives new members a great opportunity to learn and show that they're committed to this board, like myself. Thank you. Any questions?
You came prepared. I like the reference to the factors. That was perfect. Any questions? Okay, awesome.
I'd just like to say yet again, having been there, Jen does a wonderful job, and thank you.
Thank you.
I did want to, my generic question you might have
Please.
heard before, and Ms. Kashite kind of disagreed with the premise, which is fine. In approaching the questions, obviously, I mean, if the law could just be applied, you wouldn't need a board to make decisions. So there are decisions to be made, but do you have a kind of an underlying philosophy? I mean, a realtor will lean toward making houses saleable as a professional thing. I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just looking for your basic approach to land use and the zoning board's role in making those decisions.
Sure, so I keep personal bias completely out of it. Realtor, Tiverton townsperson alone, there's no personal bias at all. So my job has nothing to do with me being a zoning member. I rely heavily on our counsel, which is amazing. Wendy Taylor Humphrey has been absolutely astounding with making decisions and verbalizing them, because that's always a tough feat for us. And then Lisi, of course, has just been phenomenal. She asks the correct questions for our council, and she really just makes things a whole lot easier for people like myself who are not attorneys. I have attorneys in my family, myself not being one of them, but I rely heavily on counsel to make the appropriate decisions because I'm not an attorney and I'm not Tiverton's attorney. So me being a realtor really doesn't have much to do with it, besides bettering myself and my clients, because I'm able to show them, you know, you can't put a second story house on the Stapoko condos. You know, it's just not within our code. So it only benefits my occupation, but my occupation doesn't benefit the board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for coming. Have a great night. Really appreciate your, and nice job hitting the factors too. I love that. So,
Thank you.
all right.
Because it says appointment.
I think that concludes the interviews, and we will take this back, as I set up, for matter in 2 weeks. Next, we move on to the Economic Development Commission, where we have, I guess, the opposite problem. I don't see any names on here, so does that mean we have no applicants?
we
Three
actually-
vacancies? And
No. You've already approved 2. We are down to 1 vacancy, and at the last meeting, Lisa Carr had not submitted her reapplication. I know it just came in today, apparently. She dropped it off today. So she is applying for the one last position. She's been on the board for the past 2 years. I don't know what you want to do procedurally, but I'm recommending that she be reappointed. She has had an incredible impact on the EDC. She is a business person. She is an editorial genius. She worked very hard on our economic development component for the comprehensive plan. She's also been incredibly helpful with the new pamphlet that is at the printers right now. In fact, should be here tomorrow. She has a good business sense. So she's somebody that can look out of the box and look at what needs to be done. So in terms of your procedure, I know that she supposedly handed it in today. If you want to wait till next week, that's fine. But I highly recommend that she be reappointed, and that would be our last slot.
This is better news than well, it's not on the agenda, so I certainly don't think we can take the vote tonight.
Yeah, no, that's
but,
fine. I understand that, and
so-
that's why I'm
yeah.
here, because I knew it was a little
Yeah.
confusing, but,
This is a great case study for those that are trying to make an issue out of a policy. In that case, there will be one applicant for reappointment.
reappointment.
For only one slot.
for one slot.
They're
You've
going
already
to
done
be-
the other
They're
two.
going to be invited to interview. We hope they stop by. We love to talk to them. They
You
don't
know,
have to.
okay, and I'm only saying that because, and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say this, but she's with a bank that's going through a lot of restructuring, and so she's been working till like 1 o'clock at night.
I've
So
seen this
that's why,
council waive the interview on every reappointment.
so that's why it might be
for-
difficult for her, so that's why I'm just saying that.
Mr. Chair, she is not on the agenda because we sent her 3 or 4 notices and received no response till today
Okay.
after the
She's
agenda
been
was.
pretty busy, it sounds like. Okay, no problem. So the Economic Development Commission will likely be at full strength, which is a great thing. And we now move on to the Planning Board, where Mr. Raposa was interviewed. So we are now up for a vote. We have 2 vacancies and 1 applicant. So we did an interview, right?
Right,
Yep.
yeah, we did do
So
it. Didn't we, Adam?
Yeah.
But then it
Not for the
evolved
planning
into
board, right?
The building,
for the building.
Board of Appeals.
Okay, well, if there's any question, come on up. Come on up.
So what did we did appoint
Come on
you
up,
for?
Mr. Raposa.
I was
Board of
appointed
Appeals.
by Mr. Ritzma for.
Board of
the
Appeals.
Board of Appeals.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And you're willing to do double duty, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean,
So
the other one doesn't
last
seem
week
like
it
there's all
was,
that much to it.
Board of,
got a lot of free
and then
time.
now we're
Yeah,
we're wearing the planning board hat. So, all right. Well, same drill. We obviously know you from just last week. But anything else you want to add about the planning board interest, and then we'll open it
The
up
planning
to.
board interest, let me see. I know we have a good town here, but the planning board kind of seems where there's the opportunity to make it, awesome. So, and that's kind of what I'm into. I just want to see the town grow, and the way that your comprehensive plan dictates, which I did make myself a copy of and read. I don't really have too much to say about it. I just want to see us do well as a town and try to help any way I can. I'm sorry I don't have a speech or 20 minutes to sit here and talk to you, but
Well, you
Adam.
had practice last week, so you didn't need to prepare.
Adam, I
Yes.
think we asked you last time, but I don't remember. Have you ever been to a planning board
I
meeting?
have.
You have,
I
okay.
I went to Bob Johnson's that he had before the zoning.
All right, I don't remember, I'm sorry.
No problem.
If Mr. Raposa's ready, then I'm happy to make a motion to approve Adam Raposa to the Tiverton Planning Board with an appointment to expire 7/15/22.
Second,
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to appoint Mr. Raposa to the planning board. Would anybody from the public wish to be heard on this motion? Second call? Okay, any objection to proceeding to a vote? Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed?
no, he's,
Any-
are you in favor, John?
Okay, unanimous. Thank you so much, really appreciate it.
Congratulations, thank you.
Joey almost-
Thanks, Adam.
You looked at you funny.
With any people that I need to communicate with?
Oh, the work's just gonna come piling in, don't you worry.
The chairman of the planning board is right over there, and she may help you. Susan? Okay.
Okay, our Harbormaster, March 2019 to March 2020. Oh, why does it say March 2019? Tyler Loomis, requesting annual reappointment with the Harbor and Coastal Waters Management Commission recommendation. I think, does the administrator own this one? And
I can briefly speak to it. You have in your packet, I believe, a letter from the chair of the Harbor and Coastal Management Commission, recommending that Tyler be reappointed. He also emailed me that he actually hoped to have the confirmatory vote by the Harbor Commission tonight. It's at the same time as this council meeting. I asked him to let us know if they had it early in the meeting, to let me know now so that it might still be in time. Apparently that has not happened yet. I'm not sure it's necessary, but based on his recommendation as well as my own experience with Tyler, I think that he's, a good harbor master. And as long as we give him the tools to do the job, and there's a little bit of work to be done there, I think he will be good.
I'd like to say something. When I first met Tyler many years ago, he was 17 and helping out. And once he became 18, we made him the harbor master, and I've seen him grow into this position. He's totally dedicated. He is out there. He tries to learn everything he needs to, and I've been very impressed in the way he's grown into this role.
So this is not a board appointment. This is a singular role, and we have the recommendation of staff, and also I'm sure we'll have the harbor board. Is there any objection to proceeding to vote on this, or does anybody insist on an interview here?
No. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Tyler Loomis to the position of harbor master, term March 2019 to March 2020.
Second.
This will be ratifying backwards, is that what?
I was actually just trying to ask that question, just so it's clear for the record. Is this a set term?
Yeah, Nancy, why is it put that way? It was doing March. Okay, so it's retroactive.
Just want to make sure that you weren't one of the months there.
And I also wanted to ask the administrator, just because I don't know if I understood what you're saying, there's some sort of a official vote by the Harbor Commission that has to happen? Does this
No
have to be made?
recommendation.
I don't think that meant to imply that the Harbor Commission gets to do the appointment, but they, I think, wanted to make a recommendation as a
Yeah.
commission.
So it's nothing we have to make this vote?
No,
continue?
I don't believe you have to wait for it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we have a live motion on the floor to reappoint our harbor master with recommendation of staff and our harbor commission. Would anybody from the public like to be heard on this motion? Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
The question is this a salaried
Yes.
position? This is a
Yeah.
modest salary, right?
Right, I don't remember.
I don't know the number.
We gave him a little bit of a raise in the last year or the year before, but it's modest.
Any other questions from, okay. Any objection to proceeding to a vote? Hearing none, all those in favor? Okay, unanimous, thank you very much. Bids and requests for proposals. Our tax assessor, Mr. David Robert, requesting approval for an RFP for specialized revaluation services. Mr. Robert.
Good evening, everyone. I had sent over the RFP to our solicitor, who has reviewed the RFP. He has come back with what I would consider fairly minor changes. I've implemented those changes into the RFP. This is generally the same RFP that we've used over the last two full revaluations. The only change that I did not implement that the solicitor suggested was he did question whether or not we limited the experience of the revaluation company to Rhode Island projects. I would suggest that we do at least ask the question how many Rhode Island municipalities they have conducted a revaluation, because there are specific Rhode Island state statutes that they would need to comply with, along with rules and regulations from the Rhode Island Department of Revenue. So what I'm looking for is just approval to go out to bid, advertise for this bid.
Sounds like a detail that we can all live with. Is that, are we okay?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just think that you can't expressly limit it. I think that has interstate commerce applications, but I think it's absolutely a perfectly fair question to ask. And if they respond that they have experience with similar statutes in another state, that you take that for what it's worth.
Sure.
Okay. So, any questions for our tax assessor?
Just, I had been asked to review this contract before this version, so you're not going to see any changes that I recommended. I mean, you're not going to see it redlined or anything like that. But I've reviewed it stem to stern, and we've gone back and forth on some of the issues, and I think it's in good form. Yes.
Correct.
This is one of these that's 34 pages long, so a lot of unsung heroes here that have helped prepare this and review it. So thank you for the daily grind here.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion to approve the RFP for specialized revaluation services.
Second.
All right, we have a live motion and a second. Would anybody from the public wish to be heard on this request for an RFP for specialized revaluation? Second call. Any objection to proceeding to a vote? Hearing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Okay, we now move on to a number of items relating to DPW. Jan, you want to tee us up, I guess, and walk us through these, or turn it over to Mr. Director Rogers? What's your pleasure?
I think you have the information in your packet, and it's also spelled out in the agenda. These are bids that you previously approved the request for bids for. They came back. The information here indicates the responses that we got and who the low bidder is, and the recommendations to make the awards to the low bidders.
Okay, and again, the awards we're talking about are 5 of them. I guess I should briefly review these. Crack sealing, the award would go to the low bidder, Seal Coating, Inc. of Braintree. Line painting would go to the low bidder of Highway Safety Systems, Inc. of Rockland, Massachusetts. Guardrail installation would go to the low bidder, Costco, Inc. of Woonsocket. Septic tank pumping would go to the low bidder, Acme Sanitary Service of Little Compton. And on-site wastewater treatment system inspections would go to the low bidder, Acme Sanitary Service, also of Little Compton. All these have gone to the low bidder, which always sounds good, but are we sure that the second lowest bidder was not a better value, or everybody's happy with the choices here?
I'll defer
I'll
to
ask you a
the
question I know
director
you know
about
the answer
that.
to, but I think it's just worth, just want to test it a little bit.
No, thank you for the question, and it allows me to segue into something in a minute. But on 4 of them, there was only 1 bidder, so we didn't have to worry about that. And on the 5th one, there were 2 bidders, but they were equally qualified, so we went with the low bidder. But it does bring up the point of the 6th of 13. We're still waiting for the project completion list and reference letters. So that's not being requested. 7th of 13 was an incomplete bid. That one, along with 6 that received no bids, were re-advertising on websites this time instead of solely on newspapers, because feedback we've received indicates that's where contractors are more likely to look. So that's just a little update.
Okay. We don't have those on our sheet.
Which ones? The other 8, you mean?
We don't have 6.
Right, no,
6
those
of
were
the-
previously approved to advertise.
Gotcha.
But one's waiting paperwork,
Gotcha.
one's awaiting, one was not complete, and 6 no bids were
Gotcha.
received.
Gotcha.
Okay, any questions for our DPW director? Okay, any questions or concerns from the public on these 5 awards that would all go to the low bidders? As described, floor is open. Any questions, comments? Objection, proceeding to vote. May I have a motion, please?
No, Mr. President, I'll make a motion to award the bids, numbers 1 through 5 as outlined on the letter received from the DPW director.
Second.
All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, that gets us through bids and requests for proposals. We now move on to general business. We have an item co-sponsored by Mr. Katz and myself on initial discussion of a long-term financial plan. And this is something I think we've previewed a few months ago, maybe had one or two very brief conversations. And I think our goal here is to move this along. Justin, did you want to have any sort of remarks you'd like to open with, or we've got 30 minutes on schedule for this?
Yeah, well, that was a wild guess. I don't know. I've said before that I think we need, especially when we put together our budgets, we need some sort of a sense of what we have to address, where we're going with it. A lot of the pieces seem to come together and be weighed without much context, and it makes it more difficult to make trade-offs and as we set policy. So I'd like to establish a long-term goal, a long-term plan that would incorporate all of the stakeholders, so we would get feedback from our own departments, the school department, the public, accountants, all of that fun stuff, just to get everything on the board so we know there's pensions and OPEB and compensated absences, liabilities. A lot of it's in the audit, but it's not sort of collected in one place where we can see what's coming in the future. Also bonds that'll be expiring in the next decade and a half or so. If we know when those expire, we can plan other actions that we take to know when our budget's going to have less and more pressure. So this item, at least for my intent, was really just to begin the conversation, get a temper of the council for what sort of goals to have, whom we should speak with, what kind of stakeholders there are, and set some sort of time frame. By necessity, it'll be loose because we don't really know what kind of feedback we're going to get or what we might, pitfalls we might run into. So that was the intention of this particular item. So there is no backup because this is to start the planning and start the conversation.
Mr. President, could I? I found myself wondering, all right, what goes into a long-range financial plan? I mean, it's obviously not just a monthly budget. And one thing I came across mentioned 3 goals that I just thought, yeah, we really do need this, and it would be very helpful. One of the goals they mentioned was to align the financial capacity of long-term service objectives of the municipality to achieve long-term sustainability in light of government service objectives and financial challenges, and long-range plan perspective for decision makers to get involved in. And I will be glad to make a copy of this that I found online and printed out. I have no idea. It seems to relate to the government GFOA, General Fund something. It seems to be a standard that people look at, and I just found it really, really helpful to start thinking about how you do one of these plans and what input you do need and what kinds of things you look at, and it's quite broad. I mean, it's a big project. So I will be glad to have copies made of this if anyone wants it.
Yeah, I guess just the co-sponsor of this, and something I've been talking about this from back when I was first on the budget committee 10 years ago, and then on the council before, and even a little bit in charter review, is this, I think, at least as I envision something like this, when you think about our comprehensive plan, it speaks a lot about land use. What I don't know that we have just yet is really a comprehensive financial plan that really should be sort of considered and held up as something that helps us inform all of these decisions with sort of these goals. Or what are the goals? I think the goals should be, over time, first, to identify and address all capital and operational needs of the town. And as you've heard me say many times, I think our town administrator has done an excellent job of beginning really to up-level that process on the capital side. 2, and this is just my opinion, but I think we need to work over time to get the tax rate down to be at least the average of the communities that surround us. And we can have conversations about whether that includes just the communities that touch us or a little bit broader to include others in Newport County, Swansea. that type of thing. And third is to truly assess and address over time all of our liabilities. Of course, things like OPEB being one of them. And I think that this council has done a pretty good job with the 2 contracts that have been agreed to, and I know we're working on them with the 2 that are pending, on really, instead of just, I mean, in the past, it wasn't even in the model what the impact on OPEB would be, what these long-term liabilities would be, and now it is part of the conversation, and we're starting to try to model that and put some numbers in. There are ranges. There's some actuary science in there. It can't be a perfect thing. So I, at least for me, to answer this question, what are the goals of this document is to surround the whole financial conversation about these 3 things, right? Hit our capital needs and our operational targets, get the taxes down to at least the average of the communities that surround us and that we compete with, and to meet all of our long-term financial needs, or some reasonable percentage of it, maybe perhaps 80% of the liability. How long would that take? I think that will take years. And I also think that if we don't start it, then it will never happen. And so, and I see this plan as something that, again, really needs to be, not just aspirational, but something that we really hold up all of our decision-making to. So, for example, if you have let's say a 10-year goal to try to get the tax rate to what we think will be the average, say the median, that needs to be taken into account before we make a budgetary recommendation to the budget committee, that type of thing. So those are the sort of the high-level comments that I had envisioned as goals and sort of where a document like this would be going. I think a lot of this work is already ongoing, and I know it has been for a while. The dream here would be to pull it all together into one place, much like we have the comprehensive plan for land use, and we look to that quite a bit. So I guess I'll stop talking there before we go on to more detailed items to include. Any floors open for any other questions on, I guess, goals or?
Well, one of the issues that came up constantly was an evaluation of the debt liability, both short-term and long-term, and the unfunded stuff that goes on, but also to do an evaluation of the security of the revenues we count on. And are they at risk in some way? I mean, I think of if a lot of houses are being foreclosed, are tax revenues going to go down, that kind of thing.
Casino.
Casino.
Yeah. Anything could impact it. I think it's a really good idea. It would take a lot of work, but it's better than being taken by surprise. If you have a plan, then you don't plan to fail. If you don't have a plan, then you will fail. So I think it's a worthwhile project. I think it's long overdue. And we do have some interesting unfunded liabilities that, we need to look at. It needs to be in the plan. It's sort of ignored, but it's still there. And town's going to have to answer to that at some point. So, yeah, I don't know how we're going to go, forward with that, but I think that's really good information. All right, thank you. I think it's a good idea.
Rob, we have attempted this in the past, and it's a real difficult thing. But I think what's important is to get all the stakeholders involved too, and have the budget committee on board, and part of the discussion, so that when we say we need to buy an ambulance every 3 years, or we need to do this and that, they're aware of our plan way in advance, so they're part of the plan also. And I think, like, if we do this, and I don't know if you all agree, but I think at some point we need to bring the budget committee into the discussions and sit with us, and they may have some ideas also, because I know they've talked about it too, that we definitely need a long-term plan. But I think all the stakeholders and all the people that make decisions should be part of this plan.
Absolutely.
But I think it's a good idea. I think it's a lot of work, but I think it's a good idea.
So, Councilor DiMatteo, given your experience with trying to do this sort of thing in the past, do you think this is a sort of a subcommittee of the council that's working with liaisons from boards, or should there be sort of some super committee that has an appointee from all the boards? Any kind of thoughts in that regard?
I I think we should start with the council first and see how we want to do it, and then maybe talk to the budget committee, and then maybe end up turning it into a committee. But I think we need to be the council, and quite frankly, I think the elected budget committee should be very involved in this. And then at that point, because then it'll take some work, make a subcommittee. But I think initially, we all should be involved. That's just my opinion.
So the council maybe reaching out to other boards to get information
Yep.
first,
Yep.
and then forming a committee in the long term.
And other departments, like bringing in the fire department and said, what is your long-term plans and what do you see is happening?
And priorities.
Police, right, that
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I think getting everyone involved, talking to us, then we kind of make our own decisions and then make a subcommittee. So, well, not our own decisions, but saying this is what people wanted, then send a committee out to
So
do a
you're-
lot of the heavy
You're
work.
envisioning maybe at every meeting, have one department head come forward and give some ideas, and then when we collect that all together, then we
Yeah.
start putting.
I'm almost thinking of doing it separately as workshops, because I think it'll be too much for meetings. Because I've been involved where people come in, it takes a long time to present their ideas.
I think that this is long overdue, but I would actually consider, I think, potentially engaging some outside help with this. I have never done this at a municipal level. I have been involved at the corporate level in this kind of planning, and it's complicated. It's not easy. And, sometimes you try and get too granular. So I would be curious to look at potentially some other financial plans that have been done for other municipalities that are good, and see whether or not they used outside resources.
This has a whole bunch of others.
There are consulting firms and financial consulting firms that specialize in helping develop this kind of plan, because we could spend a lot of time and not end up with something that's viable. So I'd be really curious to look at some others and consider getting some outside direction and help on doing something like this.
And I forgot to mention, I think the treasurer should be very involved, yeah. I always forget to mention her, but she's a very important
And
point.
I'd say this, obviously, the schools are their own universe, and but we'd love to have a dialogue with the schools as well, or at least on assumptions perhaps that we should consider a model. It's such an important part of the conversation. So, time frame, I guess, I don't hear a lot of I feel like there's a working consensus here. Maybe we, since we're sponsoring this, should come back to the board, to the body with maybe something like a rough action plan of, and that should include things from, let's look and see what other towns have done, and, let's see if there's any consultants that are out there, and let's start thinking about what modeling assumptions we want to use, and who to reach out to, and probably, I think I tend to agree, I think a workshop, might be the way to go, once at least we have some of the initial world of points together to think about. Is there any, just trying to be mindful of everything else on our plate, and I'm always looking out for the town administrator's schedule. But, do you want to jump in?
I just want to ask a couple of things and maybe make one observation. Do you have any idea what sort of the horizon is that you're looking at for a long-term financial plan? We started with, at least trying to do a 5-year plan, and to be very honest with you, I don't think it was a very successful process. There was a lot of positive feedback, which, in my opinion, went completely out the window. And we need to think about how serious we are about this. And if we're serious about this, whether the process by which we develop a budget and a plan should be changed. Because we can do all the things we want to do and bring things forward, and then it goes into some sort of process where all bets are off. And I think that needs to be considered.
It's a great question. I'm not strongly of this opinion. My first thought was something in the area code of 20 to 30 years. I don't know, maybe that's too far out, but
I think it is way too far out.
but certainly I think we would agree it's longer than 5, right?
Well,
And there's also one other thing I would, since you decided to mention things like lowering the tax rate, I think at least as important is stability in the tax rate. Because the danger that I have seen, especially in the last year, is that we're going for lowering a tax rate in a way that absolutely makes sure that you're going to skyrocket in the near future. And that is avoidable. But we need to get it through our heads that we can't just pretend that we can bring things down unless we have some sort of enormous pot of gold sitting somewhere, which I don't think we do.
Yeah, well, certainly one of my objectives in putting this idea forward, and I tried to do a little bit of it in the presentation I made for the budget season, was to get to exactly that kind of stability where we have some kind of a plan. I think it would have to be at least 10 years, but maybe longer, in an aspirational sense.
I agree.
That you can, it makes it much easier to show. If we do this with taxes this year, if we do this with spending this year, this is what's going to happen in 5, 10 years when this event happens, and that's going to be an issue. So we need to think of that in advance. So I think your concerns are well noted, and in fact, part of what I want to accomplish here is if all this is on the table in a long-term sense, we're making longer-term decisions, and you've got a context, because right now we have not much context, and you get sort of factions who have their eye on one ball, and not necessarily a lot of context for how it all interacts. And that's what I would hope to increase in this process.
And one other thing I would like to mention, it is about capital budgeting and what kind of accounts we use, and whether it's a year-to-year decision-making process or a year-to-year appropriation and allocation, or there can be some building of, and I know there is a trade-off there. You know, you build too much of a reserve, and then it's like, well, so who's going to decide how the reserve, or when is someone going to decide? But I think there is a way to slowly build up more resilience, if you will, in your budgetary structure, so that when you don't spend it one year, it doesn't really mean that the need has gone away. It means usually that the need has been postponed a little bit, and it's best to keep the money in that particular capital account, or at least in some of them. And I think that needs to be, that needs a good discussion, so that that doesn't become a political discussion at the wrong time, which I think it has. But
Right, some kind of restricted account perhaps.
rollovers is what I mean. And again, it doesn't have to mean that it's out of the council's control or the budget committee's control, because it can be subject to annual justification. You know, you revisit it. But if the case can be made, yes, you know, this ought to be rolled over, then I think that's a tremendous budgeting tool.
Yeah, Jan does have a point. We could have a huge financial plan and then have a vote, and people don't vote for it. You know what I mean? So it's very difficult. We can have goals, but we have to do a whole PR thing. This is why this is going to work. So that's the only thing.
Well, part of my thinking on it is that this creates an opportunity for the PR. So when those decisions come up, you can say, even when the
Say
vote
why.
goes away, you didn't necessarily like. If somebody puts in something for too much spending on something or too much of a cut, you adjust your plan. You can say, okay, that vote happened, we can't stop it. That's our process. But now we see we have to adjust. And we
Right.
can make decisions because of that vote. This is how
Right.
we're going to adjust in the future. And I think that will just make the whole thing a lot
Yeah,
less
as long as we're
contentious.
flexible with the plan. The plan can't be written in stone because
Right.
we know
Well,
what happens.
and we don't want to bind the hands of future
Right.
councils or so on, or changes in the population. They have
Right.
a right to change the plan.
Right.
Can I just offer one comment? This is not my area of expertise, but I did have the opportunity many years ago to work with the state on a lot of tax policy issues. And one of the things that we found was that quite often consultants would give you static modeling. There are folks, I remember a professor up at, I believe, Suffolk, David Tursick, at the Beacon Hill Institute. He had a model for state tax analysis that was dynamic modeling. So if you aim for a lower tax rate, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have less revenue, right? You become a more attractive town, people come in, real estate prices go up, home values go up, you have more revenue at a lower rate. I think those are the types of, you don't want to do a static analysis because then you're guaranteed to be wrong. I think if you could find a consultant that knows how to do that for a municipal budgeting process, I think you'd be well served.
Not to wonk out too much, but by the ebbs and flows of policy and politics, I got in a meeting with the Suffolk Institute and Remy, who does the state's version of the same thing, and it was really a knockdown, drag out, lots of bloody noses fight over whose model was better. It was really fascinating, but probably out of our price range in the initial phase of this.
I think, though, we could still do some pretty good work on trying to identify goals and maybe even start to narrow in on ranges of liabilities, and then you would present the model, or if we're even going to have a model with that, and then that would be the first place to start. That's a really good point. So, okay, well, does anybody from the public have any thoughts on this initial discussion? I guess we've talked about it before. This is the first time we've talked about it in much length. Oh, sure, yeah.
I was wondering if, Nancy, did that come from the state? Because the first thing that occurred to me is that you could go to statewide.
It came from my internet.
No, I'm just saying because the first thing that occurred to me is that statewide planning has, could be a possible resource to at least come up with consultants or find out if there are other municipalities that have done this, or, just might be a place to start,
So
is what I'm
this,
saying.
it is called the Association of Town Finance Committees. John Coder, Town Administrator, Northborough, Mass. But they seem to cite this GOFOA, which I don't know what
Yeah,
it stands
whatever that
for,
is.
but it's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
government way of
Doing it.
approaching
Yeah, I just,
It was
occurred to
very
me, yeah, I was just
interesting.
curious if it was
Yeah.
from our statewide planning thing,
No.
and to me, that's what popped into my head. They might know of some consultants, they might not, I mean, but you're looking for answers, so that's a good place to start sometimes.
Okay, thank you.
So if that's, I guess maybe we could, Rob, you and I try to have some kind of sense by our next meeting whether it's worth having a workshop at our extra Monday this month. If not, then we don't have to do it, but if that's.
Yeah, what do we have going on the workshop? I know we've. Bay Street? Well, there's one of the liabilities to.
Well, I think do mess with Bay Street, that's my opinion, but that's a different one. I don't think there will be enough to have a workshop on in this month. I do think that as of the 23rd, it would be good if you made us do an update on what we know at this point about Bay Street in terms of the remediation and the sewering plants.
So you want agenda time on the 23rd on Bay Street?
I had already proposed that.
Okay, okay. Well, should we punt on that decision and we can talk about scheduling the 30th on the 23rd? Or let's see how much work we get done? Okay. Is
Yeah,
that,
that
all
works.
right. That is the reserved workshop day, so.
Okay.
So you're saying,
It's like a tentative hold, it sounds like.
But I just want to throw in that anybody else who has feedback on how, why, and whether to do the financial planning before then, just let us know. It's not a closed door at all.
Okay.
Okay, again, anybody interested in this thrilling but important topic? All right, thank you, Justin. All right, over to you on a very different topic, hopefully not a major liability, but it sure sounds risky.
Yeah, this item is just discussion of Triple E and West Nile municipal options. I put it on mainly because you hear in the news, the state has sprayed other towns. In Massachusetts, there are a lot of towns with almost like a curfew on sports. And you see people commenting and discussing the matter. It just seemed like the kind of thing we ought to talk about anyway and gather feedback. Personally, I'm one of those people on the fence on spray versus don't spray, worry about it, say, something's always going to get you, don't worry about it. So, but mostly I just want to open the floor for some feedback from the administrator if we have any, and any questions or preferences from the people and the council.
Shall I? So, actually, at the last meeting, I had materials with me that I was going to hand out on this topic because I agree that it has become certainly worthy of discussion and also public education. But by that time, we had about 5 members in the audience, I believe, and it was late, so I didn't do it. We have since then participated in the state conference calls that have been conducted 4 times now. And I mentioned the state because most of this topic is actually being dealt with primarily by the state in the first instance. It's a state-level type of policy as well as programmatic approach that is being done with an interagency group of agency staff doing a bunch of things. One is data collection through trapping and lab analyses and what have you. Another one is actually due to planning. And by the way, this has been going on. I remember when I was at DEM, it happened then. So it happens every year, trying to be ahead of the curve, getting some idea of what we learned last year, things like that, things that we can avoid, things we can do better. They're doing that every year. And then depending on what the lab results and the test results show, the action gets stepped up or not. And this year it certainly is being stepped up because this year has a higher incidence of positive results, not only in the surrounding states, but beginning in Rhode Island as well, where we certainly have had positive results in some of the communities, including one fatality actually as of this weekend where one person passed away because of that, but in other states we've seen more fatalities already. The other thing the state does is communicate about this. Has its ups and downs, but there certainly is information available. And by the way, I want to mention that as of today, we started to put information on our website as well. And a lot of that is simply referring to the information that's available on any one of the 3 main websites, that is the Department of Health, Department of Environmental Management, and the Emergency Management Agency. And they're trying to coordinate that. You'll see much of the information on any of those 3 websites. The links to that are on our website, so that if people have a desire to find out more generally, what is the issue with Tripoli, why is it such a big deal, what have we learned this year about where it seems to be, or where it has been found, things like that, they can find it there. And then also in terms of actually implementing a program, the vast majority of that is again done by the state. And when I say implementing the program, that it means targeting certain areas where it looks like you have a higher incidence, that you could say they're the high-risk areas.
What's the program, spraying?
I'm getting to that. So generally, there are 2 categories. One is larviciding, where you try to get to the mosquitoes in their larval stage, and the other one is adulticiding. Larviciding is easier to do. It's less toxic, generally speaking. It's being done in part by putting like little, I forget what you call them, briquettes or whatever, in, for example, catch basins or still water ponds or things like swampy areas. There's also sometimes spraying involved, but the spraying at that stage is more like a dropping of granular material into the water bodies. Adulticiding is a different kind of spray, and certainly there's more concern with people being indoors when that gets done, things like that. So initially, the strategy is always to focus on, for example, the school departments and organizations that have outdoor sports events. And so that communication has been going on for more than a month by now, urging people to do what they call smart scheduling, which means don't schedule it during dusk or after or early in the morning, things like that. And I think that's being implemented fairly well. The larviciding has been going on, and as of yesterday, the aerial spraying has begun in the high-risk areas. There are 4 high-risk areas in the state currently, up in the northern part of the state, Barrowville and surrounding communities, then further down in the Central Falls, Cumberland area and their surrounding communities, further down West Warwick and some of the communities around it, and then finally in the Westerly area. So last night they did Cumberland and West Warwick. They had hoped to do more, but a lot of this is dependent on the weather. If the wind picks up, you can't do it. If it gets too cold, it doesn't make sense to do it. So they stopped, and they're doing the rest of the spraying tonight up in the northern part of Rhode Island and down in the Westerly area. They try to make sure that everybody has plenty of time to know that we, as the town officials, have plenty of time to notify the community. The operation itself went very, very well last night, but the communication was not perfect. So that there were calls, as you always have, calls about, how come we didn't know about spraying happening here? Generally, it will happen between 7 o'clock at night and early morning, like 4 o'clock or something like that. They will be done. Communities that are in the spray zone or the flight zone will get notice in advance and will be contacted directly. Sometimes we know it because of these conference calls that we have. We have a map. We see where the areas are. But if anything changes and a new community is directly going to be impacted by the spraying, there certainly will be direct communications from these agencies to us. There's a strong recommendation that we use, if, for example, this would happen in Tiverton, the strong recommendation is that we use Code Red to alert residents and businesses in town to this. So I myself try to attend every one of these conference calls. So does the Emergency Management Chief, Chief Mullo, and we keep the others involved. The other role, actually, that's quite important, because just because the state does all this doesn't mean there's nothing can be done or isn't being done at the local level. And at the local level, 2 things. One is that local DPWs typically play the role of depositing these larvicides into the proper places like the catch basins and the water bodies. And I know that our DPW actually did go out to DEM, get the additional material that they make available, so that we're now currently and actively doing that part. The other part is that just because the state does a lot of work and does the spraying doesn't mean that somehow we can relax here. And the main message is that it goes down to what people can do personally to protect their own personal safety and taking precautions, and stay away from, the typical areas where you would expect mosquitoes at certain times of the day, things like that, but also the way you dress. And it's sort of the common sense thing. And again, those recommendations and very specific guidelines are all available on the website and on the links, if you follow the links on our website.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, we are doing the larvicide right now, or we're prepared to do it if we need to?
We are doing it. We have been doing it, but we're also stepping it up. And I've spoken with Rick about it, that, it's not just the catch basins that we need to hit. We need to hit some of the other areas as well.
So, other than that, the good news is we're not in one of these hot zones yet. But if we were to be, we'd be notified, and there might be the state might do spraying.
Right, and there was one glitch with that, and we're talking primarily about EEE right now, but the other concern is with West Nile virus. As you probably recall, when West Nile virus first became a concern, it was very panicky and a very high concern. That level of concern is much lower compared to how concerned the experts are with EEE. EEE is the more dangerous, fatal disease, and that is the first concern. That doesn't mean, they still, when they do the trapping, they check for West Nile virus as well. And I do want to mention that actually in Tiverton, there was one positive result for West Nile virus. It was isolated in a sample from Cassett Cemetery. Apparently, because I did call DM about that, one, because I would have liked to find out in a different way than I did that this happened, but also, so how unusual this is. And they told me that actually they find it every year, almost every year, I think. And they will keep at it in terms of doing the trapping in this East Bay area. But at this point, they have no indication that it's widespread or anything like that. But again, it's something to be extra vigilant about.
When does the mosquito risk decrease?
We have another month to go or so, yeah.
First frost. First frost.
First frost?
Yeah. Typically, yeah.
My
So-
question that I have is to Sally. Is the school department doing anything as far as, they are, okay.
I was just going to ask that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
'cause I haven't heard anything. I was just wondering if we
Yeah.
are doing that.
Yeah.
So, of the things that people can do at home, like get rid of standing water, even little bits of standing water, check, repair any screens that are broken, avoid activities. And you're right, I mean, there's Triple E and West Nile virus every year and mosquito pools in Rhode Island. But would it be worth maybe drafting something to go out on Code Red just as a reminder to residents? It's, sort of like the basics, and then if you want to find more information, where to go, just to remind people to dump the standing water, get rid of the,
We can do that. It came up a little bit at this morning's conference call, or this afternoon's conference call. And there's a little bit of a debate whether we should limit Code Red to the real sort of high-risk areas at this point. But some communities were thinking about doing what you said. And the state was a little bit up in the air about, whether to go. They don't discourage doing it. I personally believe that Code Red can be a bit of a, it's Code Red. It's not just a sort of a lower level guidance thing. So it's something I'm not personally entirely sure about whether you want to use Code Red just to get your general safety precautions out, but it can be done. I did speak with Chief Marlowe about it, and we need to make sure that folks in the fire department know how to use Code Red, and I'd be surprised if they're not, but some additional training and practice may be necessary. The police department is very familiar with it, and so I would ask that those two work together and not wait until we have to use Code Red, but be ready basically, with how you use that when the time comes. But if you think that it's best to, use that system or some similar system to get information out more affirmatively or proactively to residents rather than hoping that they go to our website. But I'm also glad that the newspaper is here, and the newspaper will be, and has been reporting on this as well. I think it's almost, whatever we can do to get people to go to these websites and to these places where you can get the information. And, now it's fairly easy to get it directly on our website as well. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dance around your question, and maybe I did.
No, it's just that, I mean, there's some portion of our population that doesn't have access to the internet or regular access to the internet or doesn't really know how to get there. So I was more thinking of maybe some of the folks who don't, and whether or not we could at least direct them to an information sheet at Town Hall or an information sheet at the library or something. I mean, I know we've only got, a pool with West Nile virus here, but on the other hand, if it saves somebody's life, well, I kind of think it's worth it,
Okay. We'll do that.
Any questions from the public on mosquito-borne illnesses and what we're doing about it in Tiverton? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Katz, for bringing that up. Sounds very important. We have additional update requests. You want to take us through them?
Shoot, this is something I've been doing on the last few agendas, just a handful of quick one-off, here's some stuff I've been wondering, or other counselors have mentioned wondering about. As a preface to this, You might have noticed by email and by hand, you received my first attempt at a sort of a roughly called an issue tracker for the council. It's not perfect by any stretch, but scheduling's being what it is. It's better to put something on paper than not. So that would be the kind of thing I'd be drawing from this to figure out what we might want an update on. Any feedback at all on that, let me know if there are issues I've missed or updates on issues that are there that you'd like me to add. I'm happy to do that. So per the process we discussed when this came up last time, in 2 days, I'll hand it over to Dave Robert to put on our part of the website just for people to track. And obviously I'll update it for this meeting for any updates, but it's.
You're gonna put this on the website?
So I have some questions about that. So do you want to finish with these agenda items, or do you want me to ask my questions about the tracker thing first?
The tracker thing really isn't on the agenda.
Right, well, strictly speaking, it's not on the agenda, I just figured I'd mention it because it was handed out.
You can add it if you want for discussion only, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, I'll move to add that to this agenda item.
All right, second. Motion to add this for discussion only, just so we're squeaky clean for Open Meetings Act. All those in favor? Thank you. Take it away.
So when this came up, the discussion of doing this was that there wouldn't be, this wouldn't be posted on the website unless everybody approved it. That was the agreement, that unless the whole council approved it, it wouldn't be posted on the website. And I particularly had a problem with one counselor sort of doing editorial comment. And so we had an agreement, I thought I understood, and maybe we should revisit this and put this on an agenda and go back and look at the minutes, that there wouldn't be any editorial comment to go with any of these things. So the format of what this looks like is not at all what I thought we were discussing. So before this goes on the website, I would rather have it go on the agenda for format discussion, because this isn't what I thought.
I agree.
Now, could I ask, is that, I try to do anything editorial. I try to be straightforward about the status of things and information. Is it just, for example, the recently completed section?
I mean, honestly, I just got this handed to me. I haven't, but I'm looking at it and I'm just telling you based on what the discussion that we had. And I thought the plan was that at a certain point we would approve it, or, and it would go to Nancy and she would give it to Dave Roberts. So what I'm asking is, if we want to do this, can we put this format on an agenda and have a discussion about it? Because it's not what I thought it was.
I haven't even looked at it.
And I, like I said, I only just got to briefly peruse it, it was at my seat when I got here.
Well, I definitely suggest if there's any question, we'll put it on the agenda. I'm just skimming this, but the only actual editorial comment I see is a thank you to the chief of police, so I guess that's slightly editorial, but we're shooting for just straight facts here, right, on the status?
Well, in fairness, this was just handed out. I mean, it was emailed a little earlier, but, so, the process, as I understood it, and I'm not forcing this right now, was that as a general, once it was established and ongoing, I would, for example, it would be existing now up on a website. I would update it for whatever's happened at this meeting. That would go out to the council for 2 days. If there's no response, then it would go on, assuming everybody was good with it. So I think for this time, that's perfectly fair. I had to work at a bingo for volunteer work, and you have a lot of time at bingo, so I got it done. So it wasn't really,
I take it you didn't win, huh?
No, I just get other people the money. I'm not allowed to win. But so if the two ways to approach that would be to get feedback back to the clerk saying, because I think as you look at it, you'll see that the only thing that's even close to editorial, I think, is the recently completed section. So if it would be satisfactory to just say, I'm good with this, if you cut this out, that'd be fine, but I'll put it on the next agenda either way, and that way we can discuss it in a more full-throated way.
Just in the schedule plan, can we put, I'm just looking at it, it's probably here, the solar ornaments.
Yeah, it is on there.
Is it on there? I just can't find
And
it.
may I suggest we say,
I see it, potential solar, no.
can we say tentatively scheduled, just so we're not, is that allowed?
Yeah, we could do tentative.
And by the way, so for those that don't have this document, I think I can read this pretty quickly. What we're just trying to do here is have a working tracker of, what we're working on, what we think's coming up, what's been scheduled or tentatively scheduled, what hasn't been, what's been recently completed, in this sort of scheduled plan category, of which some of these we've touched on tonight. Board and commission appointments, those are recurring. A long-term financial plan, the EEE West Nile options, streetlight issues, I guess specifically on Myrtle Way, suburban farming issues on John Dugan and ordinance change, beach staffing and end-of-season experience, the legal services utilization policy, that date needs to change. Sports gambling, I think we'll have an update on that later tonight. Bay Street remediation, as you heard, we'll have an update that on next meeting. Comprehensive plan update, not yet scheduled, which doesn't mean there's no activity, it just means they're not scheduled for formal action here because they're underway, is Teamsters negotiations, ASME negotiations, the landfill closure, Town Farm Playground, the Town Planner Administrative Officer hiring, Group C of the Board and Commissions, the solar ordinance, there it is, a code of conduct, solar at the industrial park and landfill, yard sign ordinance for charity events, a dog park, quarry licensing, wastewater issues, the municipal court authority, various ordinances, and charter review commission stuff. Recently completed, just 4 items on this list: fire department scheduling and staffing, release of executive session minutes, 24-hour gambling, and replacement senior center bus. If you have something that you're interested in, you did not hear me read it, or you don't see it, let us know, and we'll get it on the tracker. And that's the idea here. Is that right? More or less? Okay. All right, so this comes back at you in 2 weeks, is it the plan?
Well, just to get in the habit of it, I'll update this hopefully tomorrow, because I don't have bingo for 2 more weeks. I'll update this with the results of this meeting, send that out to the clerk as a trial run. I'll put it on the next agenda to discuss the format. Unless everybody responds to the clerk and says, this is wonderful, put it up right now, then I'm happy to do that, but I don't anticipate that.
And then also we could think of if there's any other issues.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I said that already. I did not, there was nothing I thought of and said, oh, I could put this, but I'm not going to. So if there's something I've just missed that you're working on that I'm just not maybe tuned into because I'm frazzled all the time, let me know what it is and I'll definitely put it on.
Okay.
Okay, nice work. All right, back to other updates. Speaking of Myrtle Way.
I've asked the DPW director to give us an update. This was the case where neighbors had asked for a light on the road, and there was discussion by the council and before the council as to whether that was actually the best way to go. And I think we ended up with a recommendation for a reflective sign to be posted instead, and hopefully we have an update.
Yes, thank you. As mentioned, a resident requested a light on a utility pole at the end of Myrtle Way and Mayflower. The lights can only be installed with town council approval. Based on a recommendation by the police and DPW and your own thoughts, a light was not recommended. We did not have one installed. Signs were recommended, and we did install signs. On Floral Way at the intersection with Booger Marsh Road, there was a no outlet, not a through street, and we added a Tiverton Middle School with an arrow pointing east because one of the points was people were turning on to Floral Way looking for the middle school. On Mayflower Way at the intersection with Fern Way, we put a no outlet sign. On Myrtle Way at the intersection with Mayflower Way, where they wanted the street light, we put a 9 reflectorized sign to mark not on the pole, but in front of the pole, so that anybody coming down, their headlights would hit that, and they would see that there's obviously an obstruction in the way.
Thank you.
And is there may not be, but is there any way to gather feedback, whether that's satisfied the residents or any indication that they're no longer the problem they were having, or there may not be, I'm just wondering.
Has anyone complained?
Why I smile is because last week I was there checking things out. This was done quite a while ago, and we have not heard any negative impact, any negative comments from the people who requested the utility pole light. But somebody that saw me there writing notes did stop and say that he's seen an increase in traffic going down the road after the signs were installed. So I have no knowledge of traffic increasing, and I don't know of any reason
Why would
why.
it be?
But
Just people driving around.
They want to see, want to see the sign.
He wanted to go see the sign. Yeah, we were talking about it.
Rick, I have a question.
He would
You know,
know.
we have these solar lights that, you know, you can stick them up and the sun during the day energizes it in the night. Could a resident put one of those on a pole in that area?
not legally.
Okay, not, right, but I'm saying,
Yeah,
if they wanted to put up their own pole with a light in their yard, could they
Oh,
do that?
yeah, yes.
Okay.
Subject to any kind of
In their own
restrictions that.
Yeah,
Yes,
on their,
yeah,
on their
yeah,
property.
okay.
Well, some of their property comes close to the road,
I
that's
know,
why I'm
I
asking.
know.
But there are restrictions, Joe, on any lights that are pointing directly at traffic, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So now we're gonna have all people putting them on poles.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is the John Duggan Road, the issues that have been complained about with animals, farm animals being there. I'll start with sort of the end of this is that, as far as I know, we have not had any further complaints, but maybe you have. We have not, being myself or the building official. The building official and the zoning officer did contact the property owner and explained what had to be done to deal with the situation, and in particular, in the first instance, was the pest control. And he did hire an exterminator, and he was also told that it couldn't just be a one-time deal, it had to be a program. I spoke with Bill Morey, who actually had a day off today, but he was going to verify, where they are with that program, because it may be approaching the end of the initial X month program, and then it still will need to be monitored just to make sure that the rat problem hopefully has been resolved. You don't really resolve it unless you change your practices, and hopefully that will be the case, and they're certainly staying on top of it in terms of making sure that it doesn't return. As far as I know, there are no problems with animals wandering onto neighboring properties. I have not heard that the smell is still unbearable. I know that during hot weather, you have that issue, not only with animals, but in other instances as well. So as far as I know, the issues that had been raised and the issues that where the zoning or the building office really felt some things could and should be done have been addressed and/or are still being addressed. Bill Moore told me that he hoped to actually contact the person who had complained the most about this to see if she has any new complaints or new information that we should be aware of, and he hopes to do that this week.
I just have one thing to add on that. As I contacted Christine Tulin, and I had talked to Mr. Roberts regarding what she could do about maybe a decrease in her property because of the animal problem. And he directed me that information or the form was on the website, and that there's a certain amount of time that you can put in this form regarding any type of abatement that you would need. So she did do that, and they got a little bit of a savings. I don't know if that helps with the smell, but.
It might not help with the smell, though.
I did what I could on that, so.
That's great. That's great.
Buy some more air freshener.
And there was, when this was topical. There was some discussion about revisiting the ordinances that address suburban farms, so to speak. Has there been any motion on that, or?
No, not really. I did ask the chief, the police chief, to talk with the animal control officer who had certain ideas that we wanted to perhaps advance. That hasn't happened yet. He reminded her and asked her to, come back with whether there are still strong suggestions to make any changes. I have the sense from the building office that they don't necessarily see the need for changes, but I think that is yet to be decided, frankly. The last one is about beach staffing and the end-of-season experience. The beach staffing has essentially come to an end, and the last weekend was Labor Day weekend, and actually one of those days there was no staffing at Grinnell's Beach. There were no people available, I was told, and the coordinator spent her full day at the beach to make sure that the bathrooms could stay open. And right now, we don't have staff available, is again what I have been told. I had understood somewhat differently not too long ago, and I had suggested that we actually have an attendant, at least, at the beaches through September. And I also consulted with the DPW director, and we both felt that that would probably be better. I had suggested it in part because I thought I had been told that late in the season we got some new applicants who might be able to work longer and past Labor Day. But then the other day I was just told that no staff, can't really do anything. I think this is another issue that needs to be addressed as a matter of policy in terms of, what do we want the season to look like. I think the distinction between, early and late in the season, you just do the weekends, and then in the full season, you do every day, at least when it's a decent beach day. It needs to be formalized more. Ultimately, there may be a question for the council and or the budget committee, whether there is a fiscal impact if you try to, A, have better coverage with lifeguards, and B, have enough coverage perhaps through September, so you can actually deal with situations that still arise. I mean, Councilwoman Cook mentioned a report on Fogland, and I think I've been told that this is a recurring issue that is not new this year. It happens every year. Not that it should happen every year, but there are only so many ways you can actually deal with that, and it may ultimately become a budget item as well. And I think that needs to be looked at. I will say that the Recreation Commission has done a good job putting together at least a preliminary version of a policy manual for the beaches. And I think most of what we need in that has been drafted. They're trying to finalize it, and then it's also understood that really should be broader than only the beaches. It should talk about how other recreational assets are being used in the town and who has responsibility for that. And the commission intends to work on that. I just want to mention that tomorrow night there is another meeting of the Recreation Commission where a lot of these issues are going to be discussed. I'm going there myself as well because I want to try to push things a little bit in a certain direction so we have more predictability next year, perhaps, but also to just let the commission know how to try and be proactive about certain things, including how you get onto the council agenda and how you meet deadlines to get information in the council packet and things like that.
What time's the meeting?
At 7 o'clock.
Where?
It's in the library, at the library.
7 in the library.
I thought they changed it to the senior center, 6:30.
Wow, yeah, that's a big difference.
I think the library was booked.
Okay, I would need to check.
I would check.
You should know better than me,
I'll
anyway.
check.
It usually is 6:30 at the library, but I
to the
think
library.
they moved it to the senior center.
Okay.
Yeah, did you say that there is supposed to be right now an attendant, for instance, at Fogland?
No, they don't have the staff. It's
They
what I
don't
had
have it.
asked and
Gotcha.
suggested based on what I had been told that there might be staff available to do that. I think someone else gave different directions, but I have no idea who that is.
And I have a question, just something I've noticed, and I don't know if it's a policy, and if it is, I frankly don't understand it. I've noticed when you drive down past Grinnell's, the parking lot the gate is locked. What's that all about?
Well, that's about a stupid mistake.
Yeah.
It should not have been locked over the weekend, and I don't know exactly how it happened. It was either a lack of communication or a miscommunication, but clearly if there is no staff to be attending at the beaches, then the police department needs to open up the gate as it closes the gate at the end of the day. So we're talking with the chief about that to make sure that, that happens. It also been suggested that perhaps we shouldn't close the gate at all during a certain time of the year, but we need to look into that.
Why I guess that's what I'm asking, not so much, I didn't notice during the day, I noticed at night, the gate is closed
Well,
and
there's
locked.
generally a restriction on
problems.
when the beach, in particular Grinnell's, well, actually both beaches, when they are open. And supposedly they close, after
10
a
o'clock.
certain time after dark.
Boggling, you can go anytime.
Well, people do, because we don't have
can't
you know,
close We
don't have the
any
gate at
way
Fogland.
of preventing it.
It's supposed
Well, we can't close Fogland, people have to get to their houses.
Well, that too. I
Beyond
mean, the
Fogland.
road, you can't close the road. Here
Right,
you have an
yeah.
access that you can actually control, and what you can't do is prohibit access for fishing. That's something that, you need to be able to accommodate, but otherwise, it may make sense to keep the parking lot closed after a certain time. We still need to look at
I
it.
guess I'm having trouble understanding, I mean, here's this public beach for the town, the taxpayers are paying for it, and the promenade would be a nice place to be able to go at 9 o'clock at night if you felt like it. instead of
I think it's
out in
absolutely right,
think they close it at
especially if
10,
everybody behaves.
They close at 10, but they're not
You're
being.
totally right. And the problem is, what happens at night if you leave it completely open, because there has been experience, as far as I know from what I've been told, that it becomes a hangout or,
Drug
activity that you don't
paraphernalia,
necessarily
things like
want
that.
there. And that's the thinking that has gone in to, creating some kind of control on access. There's no way that you can actually keep people out. They want to go in, they'll get in.
Yeah.
But you can discourage it. But, you may have a policy issue that as a council, you may want to address.
So, just to remind this council, if they remember when Gary Plunkett was in front of us not long ago with the policy, this council actually voted to adopt that. And the 10 p.m. closing for recreation areas is for all of Tiverton's public recreation areas close at 10 p.m. in theory, and we voted to adopt that. I mean, that's always how it's been, but at 10 o'clock, the recreation area is closed down, except that any place in the state of Rhode Island that you can fish, fishing has to be allowed 24/7.
So they can go fishing, they just can't park in the parking lot.
So sounds like we ended with a pretty strong final end of the season, maybe not as long as we wanted, but the Recreation Commission will be working on thinking
Correct.
through next year.
Yeah, and according to what I was told, it was a strong season, then it died down very quickly. Just towards Labor Day, it really calmed down, and right now, I guess there's not. But then again, you have a beautiful weekend day, and people will still come, so.
I don't think so.
That was all the updates. Thank you very much.
Okay, next up we have, also with the town administrator, requesting approval of an authorization to sign the commercial services agreement with Cox Communications.
So this is an attempt to deal with a long-standing problem with our phone system. If you're on the receiving end of it, it means that an awful lot of calls come to your office that have nothing to do with your office. And the poor assistant is spending a lot of her time redirecting telephone traffic. As well as that we have issues with some of the lines either not working well or being reliable, other lines not really being used. It's time for a cleanup, so to speak, as well as an upgrade with some of the equipment that actually is obsolete. So we've been talking to a few people about this, including Cox. There's an odd situation where no one seems to know who's really responsible for maintaining the existing phone system in this building and perhaps in some of the other buildings as well. But Cox has been servicing us and is billing us for the regular phone service. So if they were a logical party to talk to. We also talked to sort of an independent consultant who looks at various options for cities and towns and had ideas as well. Ultimately, it looked as if what Cox can actually provide us is a very good deal. Plus, it is a pricing that's available through the master price agreement with the state. Essentially, it allows us to replace all of our phone equipment, starting in this building, with new equipment at no net cost to the town. Obviously, there is always some cost. There's a direct cost in terms of training that they have to charge for, but that's a relatively small amount, which is mentioned in the materials that you have. And a activation fee, which apparently is unavoidable, but all of that is a relatively small amount, I think below $600 in the year. There will be monthly charges. Right now, it looks that because the charges are being consolidated instead of being spread through separate billings to separate departments, that actually the monthly charge may well be lower than what we currently pay. And so, taking all of that into consideration, I think it's best for us to go forward as quickly as we can and take advantage of this opportunity to improve the reliability of our phone system, which should also help really the public that tries to reach us. And since this is technically a contract in that it's called a commercial services agreement, and we signed to signify our agreement with not only the terms in the document before you, but then there is another document online that are called general terms. I think it's important that the council get to approve this. I will mention that this was also sent to the solicitor, and I hope he's had a chance to look at it and can opine on whether he sees any problems with the agreement that we would execute.
I did look at it. I don't see any problems. I think the only items that I think are worth bringing to your attention are that it is a 5-year contract. If you cancel prior to that, the full amounts that would be payable over 5 years come due. This is not untypical. This is typical, I should say, of these types of contracts. I'm not sure any other provider would offer you a better term on that sense.
Arbitration?
No?
Okay, that's fine.
And for the record, the parties here are CoxCom.LLC, Cox Rhode Island Telecom, LLC, and Cox Connecticut Telecom, LLC. Any further questions or comments? Will there be a motion to approve as requested?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Objection and proceeding to a vote. Hearing none, all those in favor? Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have appointment of special counsel for recall election. Has 2 subparts. One sponsored by Mr. Katz, discussion of authority, policy, and precedent. And then apparently a request from our Board of Canvassers, also requesting approval to retain special counsel for the special recall election. I note the agenda says counsel, C-O-U-N-C-I-L. That's going to be a question I think we need to talk about of what exactly it is we're looking to do here. But I guess I will start with Mr. Katz.
Well, upon seeing the request in item E2, I
You don't
wondered.
have any backup, right?
I don't have any, I
No,
was just
no
open
backup.
questioning.
Oh, we haven't had backup
We don't have
on
any
it.
backup from the Board of Canvassers.
They're here, though.
But I did want to, the reason I put item E1 in place, excuse me, was that this is, we haven't seen something like this. The only one I'm aware of, I'm sure it has happened in the past, where a board requested special counsel was the Charter Review Commission, which was denied. So I thought before we addressed a specific instance, it would behoove us to have some discussion of what are the authority, policy, and precedents is on this kind of thing. For example, what criteria should we use to decide whether it's needed? Where does the money come from if it's approved? How defined does a request have to be? These are all kind of context. Because we haven't seen this, I'm not aware of a policy for how to handle it. So I thought it would be good to have that discussion prior to actually considering a request.
May I ask some questions?
Please do.
So I'm, with all due respect to Mr. Ciccione's comments earlier, I need to ask these questions because I'm pretty confused. As I understand this, and from what I heard at the Board of Canvassers meeting, the Board of Canvassers submitted an agenda request before Wednesday's agenda meeting, asking for this to be put on as a placeholder pending their meeting that they were going to have on Friday, that they were going to discuss this at their meeting on Friday, but they asked for this to be put on the agenda. Do I have that correct, Madam Clerk? Is that?
Yes.
Yes.
That's my understanding.
Yes, and it was discussed with the...
And I can't explain the spelling error here, but I don't think they wanted a counsel. I think they wanted counsel as in an attorney, I think. So there's a typo in the, in this. And because I was curious, I asked. So in fairness to Nancy, I asked her questions and she answered them because I didn't really understand this. And so after that request, which was the first request that came in, and I'm presuming, and I could be wrong, but I'm presuming that Mr. Katz and Mr. Coulter, being the subject of the recall, would not participate in the Board of Canvassers in that item. I just assumed that that they wouldn't. And so after that request came in, and after the agenda meeting where this got introduced, that Mr. Katz came to the town clerk with what is now essentially number one. In other words, another agenda item, which he's describing as, well, since we haven't done this before, we should have a discussion. And also directed the town clerk to move that in front of the agenda request from the Board of Canvassers. Am I correct in my understanding of this?
Yes.
And I might be wrong, I'm asking. And whatever Mr. Ciccione wants to say about my presentation here, which, by the way, whatever that rule is, has been broken at this council a bazillion times. It seems to me as though this isn't really appropriate because what you're doing is potentially interfering with an agenda request that came in first that you might not be able to participate in because you need to recuse. So the solution is to create another more overreaching agenda request that could possibly prevent the Board of Canvassers' agenda request from being heard. And I think that's really problematic. I think if their agenda request came in first and that was the request, it should be first on the agenda and it should be heard. If after that we want to discuss a policy or a procedure, it's fine, but this feels to me like it's been placed first in an effort to potentially stymie what they're asking for. So I don't understand why that's being moved forward. And I will say, the council does, in my experience, for various things, particularly on land use things, have a history of appointing a special counsel, and even this council appointed a special counsel to handle the legal proceedings with Mr. Katz and Mr. Coulter's and Mrs. Driggs's cases against the town. So, I mean,
Which wasn't necessary.
okay, well, that might be your opinion, but
No, it was a judge's opinion.
The only reason,
all
but
right,
the
let's
only.
not go there because
Well,
that's
wait a
not what
minute,
this is
wait a
about.
minute, though. The only reason that happened, when you say this council, two of us had to leave the table.
The
so that
majority
you can
had to
have a
leave.
discussion. And so the majority of the remaining council was the one that hired that attorney. I just want to make it clear.
Which is
Correct,
totally legal.
which was legal, and we were advised by the Board of Ethics that they were, that decision would be perfectly appropriate. But nonetheless, this is what we're talking about right now. So what I'm saying is that I think that these items should be heard in the order that they were submitted to the clerk. And the Board of Canvassers item was submitted first.
I do have a question about that. So the Board of Canvassers requested this on the agenda on Tuesday.
During the agenda,
To
yes, Nancy was,
Providence, it might
So
have been Tuesday,
you went
yes.
to Tuesday.
The Board of
Because when,
Elections, and that's when they requested it?
No, it wasn't Friday.
right, they said they were going to request it, to put it on their Board of Canvas agenda,
So they
and to
being-
say, they being the chair of the Board of Canvas and the vice chair. This
chair,
was on our way to a meeting at the Board of Elections. So I did put it on the agenda. And we had the agenda conference call, and it was on the agenda. They had requested it, it was put on the agenda. I told them it was a placeholder. They weren't going to meet to officially have the board vote one way or another till Friday. And then, Mr. Katz, you did send me that. So when I was asked, why is it not on the agenda the way it had been requested, you're a counselor, you put it, your item as 1, and I moved it to 2, as you requested.
When was the agenda meeting, Nancy? Wednesday?
Yes, because Monday was a
It must have been
holiday.
discussed at the agenda meeting that you were putting this placeholder there.
When I do an agenda meeting, I send out a draft agenda,
I've
and it
been
was
at agenda
on the
meetings,
draft agenda.
And it's the purview of council leadership with the advice of the
It is.
our
You
administrator.
told me to do it, and I did it.
Solicitor and clerk to arrange the agenda as we see fit. I do have a question about a quorum of the Board of Canvassers requesting this item before they'd had the meeting in a car that presumably not a scheduled meeting that
I
was
said
announced.
in the car, it was in the town hall.
Wherever it happened to be, but.
Be-
It was a
going
placeholder, though. They
before we
didn't-
Right,
went
but
to that
they,
meeting.
prior to a meeting, they requested
Oh, brother.
an agenda item that assumed an outcome of that meeting, and that's a quorum of the Board of Canvassers, so I'm concerned that their
Oh,
item might not
my
be appropriate.
God.
Wait a
stop.
second.
Stop. Justin's talking.
Yeah, we know.
Well, I
Well,
can
no.
tell you that the chair raised it with me, and his concern was, we didn't have a solicitor going to that meeting at that time, I believe. But the chair's here, and you can speak to him yourself. Why should I do the podium?
I don't think that this presumed anything. They keep saying it was a placeholder pending their meeting on Friday. So I don't think it's fair to say that anything was presumed, number one. Number two, you are, even with open meetings laws, there's no violation in discussing scheduling. You're allowed to discuss scheduling and planning things under open meetings laws without, getting into a quorum problem.
Well, you
This
can
wasn't
discuss.
planning.
You can discuss planning of your own meetings, but requesting an agenda item as a body is an action of a body. Requesting an agenda item on another committee or council is an action of the body.
But it was just a planning of a meeting. It's not anything other than, we're probably going to need a meeting. Please tell the council that we're going to need a meeting because they know that the agenda is going to be on Wednesday. And they weren't meeting as a body on Friday. And so they put it as a placeholder because, and I was at the meeting on Friday, and they did vote to come to us and keep that agenda item there. But knowing that our agenda's on Wednesday, and I'm sure Nancy told them, and it had to be advertised before Friday, that's why it's a placeholder, because they didn't want to miss it for another 2 weeks in case they had a problem. And I was at the meeting on Friday, and that was discussed. By the way, they didn't have legal representation at that meeting. on Friday. And quite frankly, they should have. But, so,
Well, my understanding is that that meeting on Friday was scheduled after 4 o'clock on Tuesday after holiday week. The solicitor was not asked for his availability prior to that.
and he said,
And so they went ahead with the meeting, having not attempted to schedule that.
my understanding, Nancy stated it at the meeting that she did talk to Gio. And Nancy, you can chime in anytime you want if I'm misquoting you.
Speak for yourself, too.
Right, and that Gio had said that he would see if one of his associates would come, and we all know he has a lot of associates, so, no associates came though, so, so I do have a problem, and I do know why the Board of Election wants, another council, and let's really put it out here, okay? The recall is against you two. The four of you put Gio there. There's been, I mean, even tonight, he said something that I totally didn't agree with the zoning. But the three of us can't argue because we usually don't win any argument. So let's face it, they are in a really tough situation right now. Rob is contesting it. Gio works for us, and Gio, we know, is hired by the majority of this council, which includes you two. I'm sorry, Councilor Katz and Coulter, so I don't blame them for being a little uncomfortable. And I don't blame them, because they not only have to worry about Rob, but they also have to worry about the other side that started the recall. So they need to remain very impartial. And with a lawyer that was hired by the majority of the town council, two of which are being recalled, I don't blame them for being a little uncomfortable.
Could I ask you for a distinction between their discomfort and the Charter Review Commission's discomfort? And no, please let me finish. The same issue, exact same issue. What we faced as the Charter Review Commission. And an elected body, which is why we asked for a special counsel. And you and your town council said no. And you know that we had the exact same issue
No, it
that you're
wasn't.
expressing with.
No, it wasn't.
Don't shake your head. Yes, it was.
Well, I'm just telling you no. If I'm saying no, I'm gonna shake my head no, Nancy. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry if I'm being rude, Gio. But at this point, this is different. They may be sued by, they have two different parties that they may be sued by, depending on what the decision is made. And I think they need an impartial lawyer that doesn't work for the town council. Totally a different subject. Last time you wanted people to look, what I understood, it wasn't that you were afraid of being sued. You wanted a lawyer to review all of your recommendations and see if they were legal and if they could be.
No, we wanted our recommendations put on the ballot per the charter.
That's
And your
not what you
attorney,
came to us for.
absolutely.
It is.
And
Well,
that-
anyway, I'm not gonna argue. I think they need it, and that's fine. I also think that Councilor Coulter and Katz certainly have to recuse themselves from this vote.
And I think you, as a person who took out one of the petitions for recall and collected signatures,
How about the people
and
not
I think Patricia Hilton, who signed the recall petition, also need to recuse if that's what's going to happen.
I think that's totally I think that's ridiculous, just because.
Well, wait a minute, could I just,
Here she comes.
It might
Gotta try
change
to
the-
moderate this thing, but.
I have a question. Are Mr. Katz and Mr. Coulter, are you participating in this discussion, or are you recusing from this
Because
discussion?
you have a financial gain, which I don't, because I went and had
So,
somebody
so,
sign a petition.
so,
You
I
do have a
don't,
financial
I don't
gain.
know which, yes, you
Can I just
receive a
ask for
stipend.
clarification? We are on agenda item E1, as far as I know. So
Which
if there
we're
is a
talking
question about
about.
that,
Yes.
10E1.
right.
We're
Okay.
talking about whether they need to recuse themselves from
But-
that too.
Well, that's fine, but I just want to make sure that that's the question, because I don't think anyone's asking about the item that we haven't touched on yet, and we shouldn't, because that is a separate item. What this item says is discussion of authority, policy, and precedent, and I would strongly recommend you stick to that until such time as you move on to E2.
Okay, well, my question is, this has everything to do, let's face it, they both have everything to do with each other. And should they be even discussing this policy, knowing that the Board of this all has to do with the Board of Election requesting this. Now, as far as recusing yourself, you do have a financial gain
Board of
to this.
Elections or the Board of Canvassers?
Board of Canvassers, I'm very sorry. You do have a financial gain. If you're no longer on the council, you're not going to get the stipend. And although it's not that much, it's still a financial gain. If you're not on the council, you don't get the stipend. If you're on it, you are. That's financial. That's what the ethics board looks at. Don't laugh, because I've been through this.
No, this goes back to our discussions of our the lawsuits we were dismissing when we came into office. And what the Ethics Commission was leaning toward was saying, just being in a situation where you're participating gives you an interest. I don't necessarily agree that that's right down with the Code of Ethics. But I recall with one of the budget petitions a few years ago, the prior solicitor, Mr. DeSisto, told actually board member Moran that she had to recuse because she had collected signatures for one of the petitions. So it is an open question.
And he changed that then?
No, because there was not going to be a quorum to vote the way, frankly, I thought he wanted the board to vote, that's why he said, well, now we are in a situation of, was it necessity, where we have to put aside
So that was the precedent?
But the precedent was that you had to recuse, but there was a special circumstance there because there was no quorum.
Because they were voting whether or not the election was going on.
But this goes right back to the reason I wanted this on here. The discussion of authority, policy, and precedent is, what are the criteria? So when you guys hired a special counsel to handle that withdrawal from the lawsuits, that's a specific case drawn out very clearly. This is what the special counsel for. This is very, very broad. I would argue that if this is a request for counsel regarding the recall election, it does not apply to Councilor Coulter's complaint, which, by the way, has been resolved. And apparently, if the board wanted our solicitor to be there to address this can't be so much of a concern, because they were willing to have his counsel in order to do the hearing, that one-sided hearing where the dog and pony show.
But what I don't understand.
What are you talking about?
What I don't understand is, if we're supposed to be having a broad discussion, why do we keep discussing what happened at the Board of Canvassers
Because you
meeting
keep
on
bringing it
Friday
up,
night?
right?
No, I didn't.
sorry, you're
I
right.
didn't.
I
So
sometimes-
I ask again, and I want to know, I do not, okay, I'll make it simple. I'm going to make a motion to move the order of item E2
E1, yeah.
ahead of E1 as it was originally presented to the town clerk. As the first agenda item that was presented to the town clerk, it should be the first agenda item that is heard tonight.
Second. Fourth me.
Nobody else is yelling at each other, so can I talk? Well, actually, that motion sort of proved one of my points, which is that the council is free to move, the council as a body is free to move agenda items as it sees fit. So although it is quite common for the two of us or others to try to make recommendations on when to schedule agenda items, that is within the prerogative of the planning team, it's obviously not a problem because it can be moved around by the pleasure of the body. So I'm not aware of any policy that we've ever had that says that the time stamp of coming in on the agenda is the order of priority. That's why we have these meetings and ask for things like backup and how much agenda time you want and what goes on the consent agenda and what does not. So it seems to me that before you take up any specific case, everybody would benefit from a discussion of the general landscape. So I would I do support the agenda as presented. Does anybody else want to we have a live motion, this is an administrative motion, to change the order of the agenda, swapping E2 and E1 in the order of discussion. Does anybody else wish to be heard on that motion? Okay, would any objection to proceeding on a vote? Okay, all those in favor? Sure, I'll take comments from the public.
Lined up right here.
Why, was it on the
No,
motion?
no, no, no.
Sorry, this is on the procedural motion. I don't
Changing
believe there's a
procedure.
requirement for public comment, and I wouldn't encourage any, further discussion outside the procedural motion.
I'll take public comment, but just please on the procedural motion. And I assure you, you will get your chance to speak. I know you have a lot to say. Okay, hearing none, the live motion is to swap the order of the agenda items. We are mid-discussion on 10E1. The live motion would, I guess, suspend discussion of E1 and then move E2 up. All those in favor of the motion? Are there any opposed?
Oh, we're surprised. Is there any wonder why we felt like we needed an independent solicitor?
Excuse me, Mr. President, I take great umbrage at these comments. I represent this town and this council as a whole, and any suggestion that there's bias is personally insulting to me, and I would ask that the speakers restrain that.
But where were you? Where were you?
I was told that there was potentially a meeting scheduled for Friday night. I indicated to the clerk directly that I was not available that night, and I suggested that either it be rescheduled in a couple of times that I was available. Monday was my first suggestion. I had the full day available. And I said, and if that is not the preference of the Board of Canvassers, then I will find somebody else to substitute. I heard nothing about that meeting until I got a text later that night saying the meeting was held. So to say that I chose not to be there is completely untrue, and to suggest that I avoided it, it was my feeling that perhaps because you were talking about this agenda item that I had heard about on Wednesday from Nancy, that you didn't want my representation there, as has happened at prior meetings. Sometimes you've asked me to come, and sometimes you haven't. And so for two meetings prior, I attended. The meeting immediately prior, I didn't, because you felt you didn't need legal counsel at that meeting. And so for this meeting, I made the same presumption. Now, if I had been told on Wednesday at the call when we discussed it that you needed me there, I would have either rescheduled, I would have sent somebody to that meeting, or I would have suggested we schedule it at a time where I could be there. None of that happened.
It was Nancy's impression that you were going to send
Nancy,
someone.
why don't you speak for yourself?
This seems to raise a
I need
good
the
point.
chair to
I guess
direct
we really just took this vote to stay concentrated on E1 and
On
these
E2.
outburst comments that are not germane at the moment. So we will come back to your allegations and allow the solicitor to defend himself. Right now, we're on this general discussion of authority, policy, and precedent.
Oh, I thought we changed the order, and now
No,
we're...
it wasn't.
Oh, it didn't pass. Oh,
What
that's right,
thing?
it didn't pass. Surprise, okay.
Not unanimous. Not unanimous.
So I think this is your item. So did you want to attempt to resume wherever you might have left?
Well, what I began by saying was, the only precedent I know of was a Charter Review Commission, and that was declined, of another body seeking special counsel. As far as I know, there is no policy deciding what kind of criteria, and you only need to look at issues at the federal government to see what can happen when you don't have a specific, this counsel is for this case, and by the way, that would come with, for this reason. You can't, when you asked if we were going to recuse, we can't even decide whether to recuse because we don't know what specifically the issue is or the conflict. So with the attorney, if the attorney is handling just routine election stuff, everybody has an interest in that being fair, whether you're involved or not. So we need criteria. And then there's the question of authority. Who has the authority to say that, yes, you need special counsel here, and where does that money come from? Does that come from some other budget? Does it come from the requesting board's budget? Does it come from the solicitor's budget? These are all things we have no policy or understanding of. And that's what I wanted to have some discussion of beforehand, because otherwise you'd be making decisions based on nothing.
I guess I always want to be the one to speak last. So if anybody, go ahead.
Are you planning on voting on something tonight on that?
I had nothing
nothing in
prepared.
writing.
It was to have a discussion about it, because this topic hasn't come up.
Well,
It's a discussion on the agenda.
I think that, like, when boards and commissions comes to certain councils and they ask and they give their reasons why they want a different legal representation. It's up to the council present to decide whether or not they feel it's a valid one. It's happened in the past. I mean, I'll have to think about it, but it's happened in the past. It's happened, like Trish said, zoning and planning, I believe.
We have had a number of situations where we have appointed a special counsel
and
on a
we've let
planning
them do
or a zoning thing. And again, we appointed a special counsel, whether some people in this council don't agree with it, we appointed a special counsel to handle whatever the remaining legal issues were regarding Mr. Coulter and Katz's and Mrs. Driggs' lawsuit against the town. It has been done in the past, and in each case, the council, as best I can tell, has, weighed the request and determined whether or not it's appropriate or if it's not appropriate.
We've also
or not
appointed
necessary.
special counsel for Nancy during charter complaints also.
Yes.
Where we have appointed special counsels for Nancy.
Oh, right.
Yes, at
We
least
did.
one or two.
Randy LeBeau and Susan Gill. That incident,
Randy LeBeau, yes, that's right. We have done special counsel, guys. This
But
isn't our...
those are all distinct from how, so the zoning part, correct. But I would imagine that tends to be developer A's application, special counsel for that application. So it's clearly defined what it is, and the conflict beforehand, I would think, is defined. And in the case of the special counsel for the charter complaints, that was an issue, I believe, where you needed two attorneys to handle the issue for the town. Obviously, one couldn't do that, so you would have to appoint a special counsel.
I think Trish is making a valid point, though. Are we going to make a decision on this tonight, vote on anything? Because if we don't, are we going to move forward to make a decision on their request?
Sure, Mr.
Because if you
President,
don't have a policy,
I don't want to get ahead of the agenda item here, but I do want to indicate that I have some grave concerns that I would raise in the context of moving on to item number 2, and I would just ask that at the appropriate time, I be able to air those concerns.
Are they specific to general, or are they specific to agenda item 2?
They are now specific to agenda item 2, and that's why I'm asking that prior to agenda item 2, I be allowed to weigh in on that.
Yeah, and I have a concern about the potential open meeting issues of, the word says council as in a body or a committee, and now here we are talking about a lawyer, and that is...
really.
Hey, for those of you out there that love to file frivolous complaints, I've got to sit here and make sure that this isn't the next one on your list, which, it says special counsel. What are you looking for? Are you looking for a body? You're looking for a special ad hoc committee, which we do all the time, an advisory board? What is it? We have no backup, so we do not know what the Board of Canvassers has requested. And that concern, Mr. Solicitor, applies to both 1 and 2, frankly, because of this lead-in header. And I don't know if that's a point of order or something, but I will come back to you before I guess we proceed to E2. But I do want that stated on the record. I would love to talk about the Charter Review Commission. I was chair of that commission. Donna was the vice chair, and I'm really having a lot of trouble understanding how that is not exactly on point.
I think it's totally on point.
One elected body adverse to another elected body, with the town solicitor intentionally depriving the elected Charter Review Commission of legal services. Multiple requests were made to the town council. The town council and the elected Charter Review Commission had a disagreement about the interpretation of the law, about whether policy was being followed, whether the will of the voters are being followed. The Charter Review Commission had an executive session as a matter of potential litigation. I can't think of a more classic case where there was a true conflict of interest. And in that case, unlike this case, the body itself, the town council, was the adverse party. It wasn't a hypothetical, 2 that are part of the petition and 2 that support and 1 that signed it and another that carried papers. As far as I can tell, everybody here but Joe has some kind of an interest in this, but it's a political interest. So
Yeah, I do.
that is the precedent, right? The precedent which this minority just established last year is that even when there is a clearly defined conflict of interest involving that body, the town council need not appoint special counsel, and it did not, despite, I don't know, how many, Don, 5, 6, 7 requests? I can't.
You're still on one, or you want to?
So,
Exactly question. You're still
we're
on
talking
one.
about the precedent.
You know,
We're talking
this is
about, no,
just- this
I'll
is
answer your
just
question.
a vindictive move.
I'll answer your
once
question.
again. That's what
I'm
this
talking
is.
about the elected Charter Review Commission that these voters voted on, which I chaired. I've been elected 4 times in this town, including once as a Charter Review Commissioner.
I don't see that on the agenda.
No, that is precedent.
It's item
That is-
number
He
one.
isn't. It's under number 1,
That is
precedent.
the last precedent that we had, and this body,
Stop yelling at us.
Councilor DiMaderos presiding, refused
We
to
didn't
give that
refuse.
Charter
We
Review
had a
Commission policy.
discussion.
So you're making a
And
tit
it's
for
had
tat argument.
nothing to do with what they are requesting this
No,
time.
but it has everything to do with where
And this
is
has to do
the
with the vindictive
actual
agenda,
conflict.
Rob, admit it, okay?
In the charter review, it was the entire body. In this particular situation, it's 2 individuals. It's very specific individuals, and that's what makes the difference.
But we're going to talk about whether it's 2 individuals or 4 or 6, right? But that's going to be coming up next. Further on precedent, I'd like to remind the town of, I guess, I know there have been a variety of recall petitions pulled out from time to time, but I guess it was 2003 where one got as far along as this one. And in that case, the town solicitors, this is advisory opinion 2000 from the Ethics Commission, State Ethics Commission, noted that the town solicitors, on behalf of the town, filed a complaint with the Rhode Island Board of Elections contesting the validity of a recall. And by the way, in that recall, apparently 5 of the 7 were subject. Now, as we know, originally the threat was against all 7, and then it was 4, and then now it's 2. My point is that in that case, 5 members out of 7 of this town council were still able to have the town solicitor advocating apparently for them through the town, challenging the Board of Canvassers and the Board of Elections, which is not even the case.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the Board of
I'm just
Elections
reading-
challenging
I'm just
you.
reading the guidance here. So when we talk about precedent, let's talk about it. I'm
Talk about
having a lot
relevant
of trouble
precedent.
understanding, because at the end of the day, what I think we need a standard here is to decide is what is actually the conflict that we're trying to measure. And I guess you're saying who's going to pay for it.
That's a question too.
So in that case, you have 5 counselors under recall, and in that case, the town solicitor didn't just advise the Board of Canvassers, but challenged the validity of it, of the Board of Canvassers and the Board of Elections. And that seems to be, would be much more upsetting than what you have here. So that's some of the precedent that I'm aware of. If you have other thoughts on precedent, I'd love to hear it.
So on that case, by the way, which is relatively famous because those individual counselors all had to get their own counsel. And then they went to the Board of Ethics because when the recall didn't happen, they wanted to be reimbursed for their private legal fees, but because there were 5 of them and it made up a quorum, they couldn't vote. So they tried to ask the Ethics Commission, if we can't vote on our own, can we each vote on each other's, paying each other's legal fees? And the Board of Ethics said, are you out of your mind? No. And it's a very famous case, and it's quoted all the time when there is something involves a quorum of the council. So those 5 counselors all had to get their own individual private attorneys to represent them.
Right, but in that case, they were trying to get this body to actually give them a cash reimbursement, and that was a matter that was pending before this body with, as the Ethics Commission said, a direct financial benefit.
No.
I'm just reading it. You can read it too.
I think
It's
there's
not a
more that
financial
you-
benefit, it's a financial loss.
Could we, I mean, we could be here for a very long time. So I'm gonna, I will say something about my take on the Charter Review Commission and why I think this is totally different. The Charter Review Commission, as you said, maintains that the council was adverse to the Charter Review Commission. I'd maintain, having gone to a number of those meetings and watched a bunch of them on television, that actually the Charter Review Commission was pretty adverse to the town council. And I think that you know, and I'm going to paraphrase here because at one point, and he's not here, but at one point I did ask the former town solicitor why there was so much of this. And one of the things he said to me is because I'm happy to answer questions, but I'm going to answer them once. And so.
I would
so-
object to that going
Th-
in.
Excuse me, I have the floor, and I'm
It's
just
total
said I
hearsay.
was paraphrasing. This isn't a
Why are we
court.
listening to paraphrasing when Tony would not answer any of our letters or anything?
Okay.
We were
It-
left with
No.
no lawyer.
This is going.
None.
This is.
And he admitted it when we were on oath.
Yeah. Who is? Okay. This is going. This is going no place. Are we going
Well,
to
then end it.
Okay, it's fine. Can we move on to the Board of Canvassers request then? That's an
Can we
agenda
move to
item
some
that's here
public
with the
comment
request.
on number 1?
Well, I don't, that's up to the chair.
Yeah, let me, I'm going to take public comment on 1, but is there anybody else who wants to be heard? You want to be heard on 2, right? Is that your, okay. All right, Mr. McLaughlin.
Well, there's a couple of things. First, I see a distinct conflict of interest with you and Mr. Katz being involved in this discussion because it can affect the outcome of what the Board of Canvassers does here, which directly affects you. So your actions, it's a farce. Everybody knows what you're up to with this to begin with. But it also constitutes election interference. That's a felony. Election interference is anything that interferes with the free and effective election proceedings. And what you're doing is going to put the Board of Canvassers through a lot of crap that's unnecessary because we seem to find money where does the money come from when we hire an attorney for a land or a zoning issue, special counsel for them? The money comes from somewhere, and Mr. Katz is going, geez, where are we going to get the money for the
There's a zoning account in the legal bill.
Well, then we know where the money's coming in
But
for their
that's for
attorney
zoning.
now, don't we?
That's for zoning, not elections.
And in the zoning case, isn't the deal that the town solicitor?
It hadn't been just zoning, that was just to bring it up, that I've seen it done for other reasons here. The money comes from somewhere, nobody questions it when you're all for it. But my biggest issue is the conflict of interest. You two should not even be involved in the discussion with this because it directly affects the outcome of what happens to you. You're trying to block them from being able to get counsel for one. That's absolutely election interference, and we'll find out because I'll file them charges tomorrow and see what the state says. But this is bull. And Mr. Katz, you already said, I'm sure this has been asked before and denied. So you've already got a plan to try to deny this. I mean, that was right out of your mouth, verbatim. I'm sure this has been asked before and denied for counsel, for the board. So
I don't know what you're talking about.
you don't understand that you already had your mind made up, you're working on a denial for them. You didn't say this has already been asked before and how did it turn out. You said it's already been asked before and denied.
No, well, the Charter Review
Charter
Commission.
Review
You
Commission.
want to play it back?
No, the Charter Review Commission asked for special counsel and was
Well,
denied.
why are you guys involved in a conversation that benefits you?
Why are Hilton and De Medeiros involved? It benefits them.
How does
Where
it
do they benefit?
me?
They're not losing.
Because.
They're not looking at
Because.
They're working with you.
benefit
They're not
They're
looking
us?
at being
We are
recalled.
not
working
working
with
them.
you on the recall.
No, we're
We
not.
are
No, not working with
working
me.
with
You're
you.
Lots of
working in
people,
cooperation.
lots
That
of
has
people had
nothing
the recall.
to do with that.
Mr. President,
All right, let me.
The only
let
two
me-
people that are at risk here
Nothing
are
to
you
do
two
with
for
it.
losing
All
your
right, if we
seats,
can't get
and
this
this is
under
a
control,
ploy.
we're going to have to take a recess.
Yeah, why don't we just adjourn?
So,
Because we're not getting anywhere.
Well, I think the-
everybody knows me, right, Bob?
well,
Okay, we
We're
had a
on two
recall
again.
before.
Wait a minute.
Excuse me, we need to make sure before we get on to the question of your specific request that we finish agenda item 1. So do you have a comment on the precedent or the policy, or are you prepared to speak on this specific request?
Which,
I'm speaking on the request for special
Okay, so
counsel.
I would recommend that we hold that until we've completed the item number 1, so that we're not out of order here.
which I think we should just make. I think we should just make a decision on number 1, because if I think it's gonna go the way I think it's gonna, then item 2 is mute. Because if we don't have a policy, how can we make the decision?
Well, we
Well,
can't.
you don't have the ability to vote on anything for number 1. It was just posted for discussion, I believe.
Right, but we're suggested, do you wanna go to 2
themselves
with,
on the issue?
you wanna go to 2 without a policy?
I'm telling you guys, if we're going to keep talking over each other, we'll sit here till 2 in the morning, or we're going to adjourn the meeting.
Can I,
Well, I
I'm not gonna sit here
I
and
don't
call,
understand
please.
what we're doing on number 1. I don't understand where we're going with this. If there's, can we not go to number 2? I mean, I don't, I don't
believe the
understand where
process-
we're
the-
going.
The place where we are in the process is that it was open, the floor was open for public discussion on item number 1. I don't know if there is any further public discussion on
Well,
item number 1.
I have I am asking for clarification, please. Everybody. What's going on here is frightful. Please, everybody, take a deep breath right now. I have a couple of questions. When you ask about finances, who's going to pay for the attorney? Now, I know he used an example of zoning, but if you pay for Mr. Ciccioni's assistant to come to the meeting, it comes out of our legal account. He pays a certain amount of money, another attorney pays a certain amount of money. Why can't they hire an independent attorney?
I can answer that.
Okay, but let me just finish.
Yeah.
It's just like, we're getting into the weeds here, guys. They are a board who, for whatever reason, wants to have an independent attorney. You should be grateful that they're looking for somebody who's independent, who is a clear point of view, who's not involved in any issue, one side or the other. Somebody who comes in fresh, takes a look at it, and makes a decision without any of the baggage that's coming out at this meeting. I'm really tired of the baggage. Please.
Renee?
I'm sorry.
I hear you, but the baggage has a history.
I
We
know.
also would have benefited on the charter
I
review.
understand that.
Okay.
Nancy,
so
okay, I understand, Nancy.
At some point, it has to,
Everybody's going to
So,
get to talk. you
so
keep interrupting
at
each
this
other.
point, I know what you're going to say, at some point, it has to stop. So why can't the buck just stop here and let's move on with an independent attorney? I just am tired of this. I clearly am. Thank you.
All right, I don't know where to begin, but I don't know if you got your point out. Did you get? No? Okay.
I have a suggestion on process and precedent, that anybody that's involved in an issue should recuse themselves from the vote.
Right.
So that would be a
So would that
process
include
question. That would
more
mean
than
that you
two of
and Justin should have not voted on changing the,
and what about Hilton and DiMadeira's?
I think that they were, what's the legal term, in the shadow.
In the
They weren't
shadow, they
directly-
were collecting signatures
But
for a
but they
recall.
weren't the litigants.
No. May I point out something? And I did, just so you know, call the Ethics Commission, under something that's commonly called the class exception. Just as I, as a even though I'm a town councilor, just as I can sign somebody's nomination papers, just as everybody else in the town can, that, just like anybody else, if I decide to sign recall papers, that's okay too. It's all allowed under the class exception. I have no financial benefit in the outcome of this one way or the other whatsoever. I have zero financial connection, and that just because you're an elected official, you don't give up your rights to fully participate in the electoral process.
I understand
and
that.
I can, and so therefore, I don't have a conflict. I do not have a
But
conflict
if this
here.
recall were to happen, you and Denise stand to be in the majority of the town council.
But that's not an
That's-
ethical. Well, first of all.
That's not an ethical?
First of all, you don't really know that. I mean.
Yes, you do.
You don't know how, you don't know who, if the recall happens, how the majority is gonna form, number one. And number two, that's not I'm sorry, that's just not an ethical issue. And the Board of Ethics, I'm sure if you called them and asked them that, would tell you the same thing. I don't have a conflict.
Well, that may be the answer. Maybe we do need to ask the Board of Ethics before we continue on, but where do I begin here? I'm trying to keep up with so many comments, but I want to make sure those that felt they were interrupted had the chance to respond. Okay. We're still on one. Take it away.
Vicki Neville from Connecticut Street. I need to set something straight here with Counselor Cook and Counselor Driggs. I went to Denise's house the night they were signing for the school budget. I had my papers. I was not allowed to bring them out at her house. I don't know where you're getting that she had papers and was having everybody sign them. She only had papers for the budget.
No, no, I did collect 40 signatures.
She
Oh, I
collected
didn't know that.
signatures
I
for the
collected,
recall
but-
petition.
Why is that?
But it's my
Why is
civic
that
right,
a
I
problem?
checked.
Justin
I'm a citizen.
Katz constantly on Facebook that you don't go on, that you think is disgusting. Well, he puts his agenda for this town all the time on it.
Yeah,
And it's
I'm an elected official,
ridiculous.
telling the people what I
Rob,
support.
should we go to the Ethics Commission?
So you're allowed to do that, but she's not allowed to collect signatures and
All I
she's
have
not
to
allowed
tell
to
you
sign
is I did
this?
check. I am a citizen, and if you're telling me I can't collect signatures, it's against my civic rights.
Yes.
I am a citizen in Tiverton. I can sign a petition. I can go out and get signatures. I got 40 out of over 600 and some. And people came to me and asked me if they could sign a paper, and that's why I got a paper, and I eventually got about 40 signatures.
Well, nobody's-
And I'll tell you, I got about 130, and many people came up to me and said they were in support of it, but they were afraid to put their name down because they owned a business and didn't want repercussions from the town council. Thank you.
All right, can we go on?
Now, we on
Well,
one or
I just
two?
want to respond to.
We're on one, someday I'm gonna get to talk myself.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just want to respond to Councilor DiMaggio real quick on that. Nobody's contesting that you're permitted to collect signatures or what have you, but that's what you're permitted to do as a citizen. You're permitted to own a business that does business with the town, but if that subject comes up, you have to recuse.
No,
That's the-
because we have gone through this 100 times. The Ethics Commission is only concerned with financial gains.
I think we
I
need
have
an
called them, I have spoke to them on several occasions, and if you don't have a financial gain, they don't want to hear about it. So I have no financial
No,
gain.
that's actually not what they've
All
told
right,
me.
you know what? I am going to vote, and you guys can put an ethics charge on me, because I'm very, very convinced that it won't go anywhere. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is it one or two? I'll wait again.
I promise I'm not gonna run away.
I know you're not, I'm gonna get you with the foot shift.
Do you have more to say on one?
Okay, here we go. So I guess I'll start by trying to focus on two things, and this sounds like the linchpin of the conflict really has to do, if you're talking about the code of ethics, is it financial and is it direct, right? So, I mean, because I'm not sure, are you saying that if anybody that has, but really what are political interests, right? The Charter Review Commission had a political interest in having the people get the vote, not a financial interest, right? On the cases which were dismissed, we did not have a financial interest, we had a public interest in that. But air cautioned, we still recused. So I guess that's the first thing, is because if what I'm hearing from at least some of the members is that they're only going to recuse if you can identify a financial interest, well, then I think that becomes the first thing, that when you get to a specific case decision, you need to ask yourself, is there a financial interest?
But are we talking about, now we're talking about people recusing. I thought we were talking about the policy of whatever number one is.
We are way off the subject here.
We're not. So we're trying to find a precedent, authority, and policy on how we even begin to address an issue like this. And what I think I've heard through a lot of discussion, thinking about these zoning cases where I believe in almost all those cases, the solicitor's firm had a conflict of interest, a legal conflict of interest with an applicant, right? Or maybe they served on a common board of directors or something like that. There was never an allegation by the zoning board that they just didn't like the solicitor, that they just didn't, you know. So those are those cases, right? The cases that involved special counsel before was it directly in front of this body, right? The cases with the 2003 recall where the 5 counselors wanted reimbursement for their actually wanted a check from the town of Tiverton, which is not the case here. That was before this body. So I think as you proceed to think about applying in a specific case, you need to ask yourself, where's the financial interest? Because if you're not applying the financial interest, then everybody has an interest, right? Everybody in town has an interest. All of us want to see the right thing done. So that's just one of my. The other thing that I think you have to ask yourself is there a direct conflict of interest? Now, is it hypothetical, or is it actually an identified direct conflict? So in the case of the Charter Review Commission, it was clear as clear could be that the council and the elected Charter Review Commission were taking adverse legal interpretations, right? There was no way around it. It would be almost ethically impossible for a lawyer to represent both of those clients. And I guess that's probably why you've seen that with the charter complaints that have involved the town clerk. So these are just my attempts to try to summarize, what I've seen before.
While you're doing that, let me clarify. It's not that I do not like the town solicitor. I just question his ability to be totally objective.
Based on what?
What was that?
Based on previous decisions.
Let's start to transition to
And
this.
one more thing, he could have sent us a written response when we went to the Board of Elections. He could have sent us a written response for Friday.
So
And so we were left out in the cold, absolutely bare.
So how many requests do you think that, was it 17 or 19 requests that the Charter Review Commission sent to council that were unanswered, right? It's the same, isn't that exactly isn't that?
You know, this is just totally ridiculous.
Isn't that
We're going right
Keep
back.
interrupting me, here, I always let everybody else speak, right?
But you're going back to the Charter
You guys
Commission.
love to say that you don't get to speak. I've never let anybody speak in the history of Tiverton in this council, and then every time I try to say something, everybody wants to speak.
I thought you were clear. Why don't you end the conversation?
The Charter Review Commission made the same kind of allegations that the town solicitor was unresponsive, but more. We said not only is he unresponsive, but his client, the town council, had a direct policy. Start all over again.
Do you want to go?
So the Charter Review Commission not only had allegations of the solicitor being unresponsive, which, to his credit, he admitted that that was to some degree the case. And I thought it was a pretty class act for the guy to do that and to stick around with us through all this. But more than that, there was a clearly identified adverse legal interest, right? So that's my view on the chart. Now, you can like the Charter Review Commission's recommendations, or you can not like the Charter Review Commission. You can disagree with the town council, the Charter Review Commission, about what the charter said. But one thing I don't think is up to much dispute is that those two elected bodies had a very, very irreconcilable view of whether the voters got the chance to vote, and that is a sort of a very different thing here. So, I guess I'm going to let Gio have his say as we shift over to 2, and then I have a lot more comments, but I think they're better reserved under 2, and I promised I'd let others speak first.
Just before we move to 2, one thing that hasn't been said about the Charter Review Commission that presents quite a contrast is that was multiple requests over a period of time, including meetings, and this is apparently out of the blue on Tuesday for a Friday meeting and a quorum of the Board of Canvassers taking an action of the Board of Canvassers before their meeting in order to make this agenda for some kind of deadline that doesn't exist. So there was a clear precedent of a pattern where the Charter Review Commission forecast their issue, tried to resolve it, and then went to ask for the special counsel. Whereas here we have this really condensed demand, which I think, frankly, there is a clear open meeting violation in the request. But that rush is very different from the Charter Review Commission's experience.
But it was driven, the timing was driven by Rob in his filing with the Board of Election, and wanted it to be handled expeditiously, and that was our charter from the Board of Elections to handle it ASAP, and that's what we did. Not when we wanted to come in at 5 o'clock on a Friday, believe me.
But that pertains to his complaint, not to the recall election.
Yeah, to his complaint to have it nullified.
But that date that you wanted to meet was that was for the Board of Canvassers, I believe, to respond to his complaint. Right. You weren't asking for special counsel for the complaint, you're asking for it for the recall election.
Are we on number 1 or number 2?
We're on 2.
But I'm saying
Are
there
we
was no
on 2?
rush.
And they're not going to.
Compared with the Charter Review Commission.
There was a rush to get the issue resolved.
I think we should ask.
Expeditiously, I believe.
But the question, that's in contrast, all I'm saying is that's in contrast to the Charter Review Commission, which had its own deadline, at some point it went defunct.
Well, I know that the Charter Review Commission is what's really behind this whole thing, because you guys have never really forgiven the Board of Canvassers for not putting all of those charter review things on the
My God. All right, are we on 2? Are we on 2?
No, I don't.
Are we on number 2? Well, I think we are.
I'd ask if you're completed with number 1, but I don't think you should be doing number 2 until I have a chance to address the council.
Well, because are they going to recuse
I'm
themselves?
just asking if we've completed number 1.
No, I'm
But if we've
not.
completed number 1, then I'd like to weigh in on the appropriateness of number 2.
Yes.
Okay, last call on number 1, and we'll shift over to number 2. Mr. Harris?
No, he's on 2.
He said 2.
Okay, take it away.
So, Mr. President, I think I would strongly recommend that number 2 not be taken up tonight, given the discussion that came up at the beginning of this agenda item, the prior agenda item. I believe that you've got an open meetings violation by the Board of Canvassers in their discussions of a majority quorum of the members prior to their Friday meeting. I think it was just repeated that they knew in advance that these decisions were going to be made on Friday. It's only a 3-member board. I know it's perhaps impractical for the board members. I don't believe it was intentional. I haven't heard anything to say it was intentional on behalf of the board. But the fact is, if 2 members decide what the action is on a subsequent meeting prior to that meeting, then you've got an open meetings violation. Moreover, if this council then exacerbates that violation and takes it from an unwilling or unknowing violation to a knowing violation, given the testimony, the comments we've heard both from the Board of Canvassers and the clerk tonight, now we've made the problem worse. The town is now subject not just to an unintentional Open Meetings Act violation, but it becomes carrying forward to an intentional violation by considering this tonight. I would recommend 3 things. One is that the Board of Canvassers revisit this issue at a properly noticed meeting and consider it fresh. I would suggest that they provide you, and by the way, I will attend that meeting and I'd be happy to give advice. I am not conflicted out in any way that I'm aware of, and until such time as it's suggested that there is some sort of conflict, I am obliged and happy to continue to offer advice. Now, if I feel at some point that I need to recuse myself or need to omit myself from those discussions, I will. But I believe the Board of Canvassers needs to give some concrete answer as to why they would need a special counsel before the town council decides whether, 1, to expend the money, and whether, 2, it's the precedent they want to set. And finally, I would suggest that the council either direct me or independently seek recusal opinions from anyone who participated or was a subject of or participated in the efforts to drive the recall, because I believe you're all putting yourselves at risk. That's your choice, of course, but I would certainly recommend that something more than conflicting conversations with the Board of Ethics Commission guide your decision on this. Finally, I would add that I don't believe I've heard anything tonight that would indicate that there is a time pressure. I don't believe that there's any need to recuse on this procedural step by any of the members, because there's no prejudice to kicking this off for 2 weeks to allow time for the Board of Canvassers to go back and correct their error in having an Open Meetings Act violation, and to allow this council to make sure that when and if a vote does come forward, that each of you is following the state ethics rules.
So, I'm sorry, you said 3 things. So 1 was to, I guess, suggest the Board of Canvassers revisit with a properly noticed meeting. Was the second to be more clear on what the actual request is?
Why they need.
I'm sorry. didn't-
I believe that you should make findings at that meeting as to the substance of their concern. And to be fair, I want to go there because I'm, to some extent, the subject of those concerns. And so I have a right, I would have, cause to say that they, should have followed the Open Meetings Act because apparently that was the topic of discussion and I would be happy to advise, but I also don't want to be falsely accused. That's professionally damaging and I certainly don't think that's fair.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's proper. So a written explanation with some findings by the Board of Canvassers as to what exactly they're requesting and why. And then thirdly, the recusal opinions for the council members who are a party to this one way or the other.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm ever going to be recognized.
No, go for it. Nancy, take it away.
I certainly feel that my position has been misstated. Yes, I did say that Mr. Harris and Ms. Marianne mentioned that on Tuesday, the same day they came here because we had a meeting at the Board of Election. However, there's two things to this. The reason they even mentioned it is because I had informed them that there was a complaint that was going to go to the Board of Election on Monday, Tuesday, on the 10th, if we did not handle this. And there was a concern with them that if we go to the Board of Election, we're going to have a counselor there that is a subject of a recall, and we're going to need to be represented, and the attorney that nobody complains about one way or the other on the Board of Canvass, he has attended the meetings up to then, was going to be, they did not feel the comfort level when he was going to have to also represent Mr. Coulter. However, there was a conversation when we informed Mr., I have it, you can dispute this. There was a conversation on Wednesday when we did the agenda meeting. Mr. Coulter was not involved in that meeting. That item was on the agenda. So we said, well, I'm going to have to put it on the agenda then because they meet on Monday. They won't meet till after, if the complaint gets to the Board of Election, the council will not meet till after that time. I had to put the placeholder. When that discussion came up, I explained to the people on that team call, which was Mr. Katz, Attorney Sicione, the town administrator, and Jeannie Vieg was in there as deputy clerk. I specifically stated they had concern, but there is an issue coming up. Mr. Katz clearly said, and there are two other people in the room, if I'm wrong, please tell me. Mr. Sicione did say, I wasn't asked for my availability. And I can't make Friday night. I could make Monday, which was a council meeting. And Mr. Katz stated, well, if you can't make it, can you send someone else? Can't you send someone else in their place? And Attorney Sicione said, well, I'm going to either have to reschedule my schedule or see if I can get someone to attend. And I have no reason to lie about this. That is how I heard it. There were other people in the room, and I don't doubt that the attorney would say the same.
I don't think we're in
But
conflict.
we're trying to, so there is no conflict in that. So we assumed there would be somebody there. Why would we not? It was stated.
The conflict is that, what?
But it was
he went
stated.
on
Why
to
would we
say-
not think someone would be there?
But then he didn't hear anything back.
I was told we would, however, even beside that, that is part of the reason that they had stated that and said, put that on our agenda for Friday. We had to call a meeting Friday. The complaint stated if we did not, if the Board of Canvass did not resolve this, it was going to go to the Board of Elections. We were just up at the Board of Elections for what we didn't even know why. And in that case, I had given Attorney Cicione the email we received from the Board of Election and said, I don't even know why we're going, but they want to know what we're doing to help promote this election, to help get voters for this election, because that's the job of the Board of Canvass. And I explained to them, there's another portion of the charter. I mean, none of this is, it's the way it was. You can dispute it all you want, that's the way it was.
And just to be clear, I don't think there's anything that you did wrong. I think there was a miscommunication and an expectation on your part or the board's part that myself or somebody would be there. And for various reasons, we didn't have that same expectation. I think the problem was the unintentional violation from the discussion that you described from the two of the Board of Canvassing members that led to the request for the agenda item. And on Wednesday, I didn't understand, when we had the call, I didn't understand that there was content and substance to that discussion. But tonight, it's come to light that there was, and so that's why I don't believe that it's in the town's interest to pursue this without revisiting that meeting, holding it again with proper notice, and having a public discussion and bringing that back to the council with some clarity. That's my recommendation.
Didn't we just,
It's not a question.
I
of whether you
wasn't,
did anything.
as you said, I wasn't at this prep meeting this time. Maybe I'm glad I wasn't. But I think it sounds like what I just heard from you is this is maybe just a scheduling thing. So maybe this is one of these all's well that ends well. And Mr. Cicione said he's available to attend the meeting. And there you go. I mean, if the concern is that you're non-responsive, it sounds like it's just a scheduling snafu. Is that the safest path forward, everybody?
Well, no, it's up to the council.
Well, I'm trying to find consensus on a thorny issue here without everybody ripping each other's heads off. So,
Well, we took care of that. They took care of that.
Well, should the council vote on the solicitor's recommendations?
This complaint's already been heard.
Yeah.
Board of Election.
I'd like to make a motion to follow the solicitor's three recommendations to correct the Open Meetings Act violation by, number one, the Board of Canvassers hold a duly noticed meeting that Attorney Cicione can be present at. Number two, that the Board of Canvassers at that meeting needs to create a concrete findings and answer as to what and why they need a special counsel for, the substance of their concerns. And three, that all parties here involved in any way, which might take to mean Coulter, Katz, DeMaderis, and Hilton, get advisory opinions, recusal opinions from the ethics. Correct? Did I have that right?
I think they're just suggesting that perhaps Councilor Perry signed as well. I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't think he did. Did you sign a petition?
Did you sign the petition?
You can look it up.
Signed one, I believe.
Yeah, he signed one. Yeah,
No,
he did.
he signed one.
No,
So
he
the
signed yours.
Perry too.
okay, so maybe the entire body is conflicted out, is what you're saying.
I am not
Except Donna and
conflicted
me.
out. I am not conflicted out. I will,
Well, get an advisory.
Is this motion on number 2?
I made a motion.
No, this is a procedural motion about
We've not
whether or
got there
not
yet.
we should proceed to number two.
A
And my advice is-
A procedural motion that's not on the agenda anyplace.
That's why we call it a procedural motion. It is a motion to
On an agenda item that's not, there's no place on the agenda.
It's the same as your motion, Councilor Hilton, to move the agenda items, right? This is a motion of that form. It is a motion to not consider item number 2, given the risks to the town, the potential conflicts of interest, the open meetings
But
violation.
that's not what it says. It didn't say not to consider, and I'm asking
I'm sorry,
again. I didn't hear not to consider item 2. I didn't hear anything about item 2 in that motion, and I'm asking again, are Councilor Coulter and Councilor Katz going to vote on anything having to do with with number 2?
What I'm hearing from the Councilor Driggs was that this was a motion to not undertake item number 2 for the reasons that were stated, which I don't believe is problematic.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second it.
We have a live motion on the floor. I'm sure there'll be, I don't know if it's a procedural motion that's non-debatable. I'm going to allow public comment. Unless, I know we're supposed to be in executive session at 9. If you guys want to strictly hold me to the 2/3 rule, but I'm willing to stay.
It's hard standing up, I'll sit
So-
down here.
Okay, would those wish, any councilors want to speak first before I open it up to the floor?
Yeah, I have a couple things to say.
Councilors who wish to
So-
speak in opposition have priority.
So first of all, now it seems to me that, and out of, I guess out of an abundance of caution for the Board of Canvassers who are now being threatened with an open meetings violation, which I'm not sure whether or not scheduling really counts, but since I'm not an attorney and I'm certainly not their advisor, I don't know what to say, but it's clear they're now, because they asked for something on the agenda, are being threatened with an open meetings violation. It's clear to me that Nancy Mello's version of what happened and the solicitor's version of what happened seem to be markedly different in that, I think it's more than a scheduling snafu. As far as the part about spending money here, I would point out that I would not, as an individual counselor, vote for any board or commission to have outside legal counsel that they didn't need for something specific. So, and in this case, since there is actually a complaint against them, a complaint with the state agency, because a complaint's been filed with the Board of Elections, and the... What?
I do not know if a complaint has been filed
Well,
with the Board of
it
Elections.
went to the board, a complaint was filed with the Board of Elections, and the Board of Elections returned it back to the Board of Canvassers and said it had to go there first.
No.
Uh,
No, Rob, you never filed with the Board of Elections, did you?
I'm not going to comment on the complaint.
That's not what it says in the letter. It says that a complaint was filed with the Board of Elections. Okay, so a complaint has been filed with a state agency. And therefore, I would presume that should a complaint be filed against them, or worse, this, goes to Superior Court, that they would need representation, which would come out of our litigation budget. We have a litigation budget. And it would be whether we pay Mr. Ciccione to do the litigation or somebody else, it's all the same thing. So it's not like it costs extra money. It's just a matter of, out of the litigation budget, which attorney is the one that, handles the case. As far as, I'm sorry, Mr. Ciccione, but as far as conflicting conversations with the Ethics Commission, I'm not that dumb, and I'm pretty sure that I can understand a straightforward conversation with the Ethics Commission, which I called them, and they said to me, this is so, when you call the Ethics Commission, that you'll get the lawyer and they give you sort of their general idea, but then they say, to be safe, you should be. In my case, it's not even required. There's not even a requirement that I file a request, because I have no financial interest, and as a voter, I am welcome, even though I am an elected official, to participate in the electoral process by voting how I wish, signing any nomination papers I want to sign or not sign, or signing any recall papers I want to sign or not sign, and I don't have any reason to have to recuse myself. And for you to describe it as a conflicting conversation, like maybe I don't understand, that's just a little insulting, because I did understand the
To be fair,
conversation.
Councilor Hilton, yourself and Councilor Katz suggested different discussions, and I don't know the context of those, and I certainly don't make any reference or make any assumptions about anybody's opinion or capacity to have these opinions conveyed. My point was that you have two councilors who apparently received different advice, perhaps having asked different questions. I think
Well,
the way
did Mr. Katz call about me? Did you call the Ethics Commission about me?
No, the assertion was that if there's
call
no
the
money involved, that's the end of the story. But I've been told by the Ethics
Okay,
Commission that
well,
that's
not about us. So I've had my own
Maybe
conversation.
this is another one where
and-
we can find common
And
ground.
finally,
we can go after it.
I am going to say this about Mr. Ciccione and conflict. And you and I had actually a nice conversation last week, I think it was, about the Carpianato hearing, because I called you, because I was deeply concerned about having this hearing. And as the conversation wended on a little bit, completely unsolicited on my part, completely and totally unsolicited on my part, you made a statement to me about your thoughts on who would be in the solicitor's chair if, in fact, the council makeup was different after this election, if that happened. And I didn't answer you because, frankly, I was kind of surprised that you said it. But you did say to me that you didn't not think that you would be in the solicitor's chair if the council makeup changed. And just the fact that you can voice that to me and that that you have a financial interest in this, for everybody's benefit, for everybody's. And by the way, I'm not for everybody's benefit. I think if the Board of Canvassers does, if they do need representation at the Board of Elections, or they need representation in Superior Court because it goes there, for the sake of absolutely everybody, it's in all of our best interests. Mine, the Board of Canvassers, even Mr. Coulter, Mr. Katz, and above anybody, Mr. Ciccione's, that this process is as clean and clear as possible. Nobody wants it tainted. And so I think that at the end of the day, if that's what the Board of Canvassers wants, under the circumstances, the smartest thing we could all do is say, yes, do that. And then none of us have any sort of extra influence or less influence in whatever advice they're given, and they have representation at, potentially the Board of Elections, wherever, and hopefully not Superior Court, but it's there if they need it.
I'm going to respond to that with a couple points. The first is I think what the solicitor was suggesting is, in effect, going toward the same end, which is ensuring a clear process that everybody is comfortable brought the best and the most objective outcome. Regarding this particular agenda request, the town clerk acknowledged just tonight that they, meaning the chair and vice chair, which is a quorum of the Board of Canvassers, on Tuesday said they didn't feel comfort with the solicitor, which is why they wanted to put it on their own agenda.
Yes.
That was effectively an unannounced meeting of the Board of Canvassers, which is a violation of the Open Meetings Act. So this is an attempt to resolve that problem.
The chair just.
So, further to that, the request, you just described that money would come out of the litigation fund, which is part of the problem with it being such a vague request. This is not a special counsel to handle Mr. Coulter's complaint or litigation arising from the recall. It's to handle the whole recall. What is included in that? That we don't have a definition, which is, I think, why the solicitor is asking, we need some definition of what the concerns are and what it is you're asking for. And with regard to what sounds like a jovial comment from the solicitor about the outcome of the election, the previous solicitor in court said to the judge that if they don't like it, they'll go out and they'll get elected and they can replace me. So this is conversational stuff. It's not an indication of a conflict, in my opinion. But that's, I think, why the best idea here is to hit pause. I mean, so Mr. Coulter's complaint apparently said, I will contact the Board of Elections on the 10th if I don't hear from you. But to my knowledge, nobody contacted him and said, well, that's going to be really a tight fit. Could you hold off till the 11th so we can have a Board of Canvassers meeting? These are the accommodations we make all the time. Instead, the Board of Canvassers held a meeting at which neither the complainant nor the attorney was in attendance and still took action, which I think, to my mind, looks very bad. And so I think we should reset, do everything appropriately. There is no hurry. If you feel there's some hearing you need an answer from, you can request through the council to have a special meeting to respond to whatever the Board of Canvassers happens to do. But I don't see the
By that
rush.
time the election will be over.
Well, there's still, what, 4 or 5 weeks out.
It's fine.
We're here at the Board of Canvassers. We're here to appease everyone in the town of Tiverton, no matter who they are. We're here to make sure the elections is held right. We're to make sure that they get to understand what everything's going on around here, postings and all. So, you know, Bob, President, he can speak because I think he was there when we had the financial town meeting way back when the 5 council was being recalled. And there's a certain person, attorney, I won't mention her name, got up and made a motion for so much money to give to the Board of Elections here, Board of Canvassers, to get an attorney because all they had attorneys, plus the town solicitor. So, you know, this is not my first rodeo. I've been doing this 12 years. I can go to that Board of Elections up there with my eyes closed. So, you know, we have meetings up there, we go to special things. All of them does do, so, you know. Everyone on this Board of Canvass I'm on right now don't have no special interest as far as I know. And I don't either. Nobody tells me how to vote and when to vote. My wife gets mad at me because I don't tell her who I voted for. But I don't care. She don't tell me either. So I just want to let you know that it's been a past precedent that you did give money. We got money from the town to represent our attorney. That's all I have to say. If you don't have trust in us, then you don't need us.
I guess I have some remarks, so I'm going to just try to my.
Let me
Oh, sure.
make two other comments. First of all,
She's the vice chairman.
we felt that way about the solicitor
Yeah.
on the last issue, when we needed when you needed a opinion from him on the things that were going to go onto the petition. And you wrote it, but we got it that afternoon. We had a meeting and you ran in with it. It was at the very, very last. So that was the first time we had an experience, and it didn't set with us well then either. So it wasn't like this was, as Bob said, our first rodeo feeling uncomfortable about your ability to represent us.
But to be fair, Ms. Brand, that's not a conflict. That's just a concern about timing of delivering a memo that was asked for 48 hours in
No,
advance.
For us, it was your ability to represent us objectively.
But again, that's not a conflict of interest, and I think that's,
Okay, maybe that's.
those are two different things, and I'm happy to have that conversation with you at the appropriate forum, but I think those are two different things.
But secondly, I think you have to realize what we went through when we went to the Board of Elections, when we were called to the Board of Elections, because they felt that we weren't going to be giving this recall our full attention. And they were going to do a lot of things.
We set a
we were
table
doing
just
a
like
lot of
this and they
things,
questioned us
spending a lot of
and
money.
everything.
We had to go through chapter and verse of what we were doing,
Yeah.
how we were doing it. And they were somewhat pleased, I think, because Nancy was so well documented and how we were approaching this election, only to come home and find out that a member of the town council writes on the front page of the Secana Times that people shouldn't vote. And here we're going through all of these aggravations and all of this money, and the town council person is saying, don't vote. So the whole thing has gotten to be, as someone would say, a clusterfuck. It's just.
I hope somebody beeped that.
I don't even know how to spell it.
I didn't see you write that.
Okay. I have a feeling this will not be our unanimous vote.
Well, thank you for listening to me.
Bobby and I have always been able to talk to each other without screaming at each other, so
Yeah.
I know you always mean the best.
Oh, she just said it. You want to be called Rob instead of Bob.
We'll still stand next to each other at church, I promise. Where are we here? So, who wants to be heard? I have some comments. Anyone else? All right. here's where I think we are. I'm kind of trying to navigate the threat, you know. So I've seen a lot of allegations, a lot of complaints. Heard something about a felony tonight. You know, these things get thrown out pretty easily, and you know, I get a little concerned. I felt this way about the interview where we're following a clearly unanimous policy that's been longstanding policy for many, many years, right? I mean, not every single thing is a scandal, and I sometimes get concerned that people are trying to make everything a scandal when it isn't. We should be having good faith discussions about policy, right? About, you know, what is, you know, how many lifeguards should there be at the beach? Should we have a solar farm? Stuff like that. On this one, my thoughts are this, and you know, hopefully this makes some sense. I see the Open Meetings Act concern on the request for a body counsel instead of a special counsel. I definitely see a quorum problem with the Board of Canvassers, which is an Open Meetings Act concern. And I'm not the one that runs around and files Open Meetings Act complaints. In fact, it's never been done in the history of Rhode Island that I know of, but Councilor Hilton led a complaint against this own body for Open Meetings Act. We get APRA requests almost.
Excuse me, the Attorney General's office said no, that actually they could think of 4 other times when it had happened, so it's not the only time that a council member has actually filed an open meetings complaint.
Okay, so that's fallen within the less than 1% of the history of complaints. And, you know, as I recall, Councilor Hilton not only wanted to debate the matter, she went into executive session and tried to participate in the town's defense of that.
Oh, God, we're going back.
So, no, because I wrote down your quote, for absolutely everyone's interest, then you should recuse too. And I'm having a lot of trouble understanding if that's the standard. If the standard is just because everybody's involved, then all of you should recuse. I actually didn't think Joe signed the petition. I'm disappointed to hear that. That's okay. I don't know if you did or not, but I know I've seen you write letters to the editor, and I think, you know, so if the standard is a political one, then everybody's involved, right? Here we are with it, you know, what I think are 2 pretty clear open meetings problems, and I know that there's a whole, platoon of people out there that are just waiting to file the next complaint, and for one, I'm not going to be part of another open meetings complaint. This agenda also had no backup. And what I think the way we navigate through this is, why does the Board of Canvassers want, I assume they want a special attorney, not a special advisory board? Is it about the process in general, or is it about my complaint? And what is the actual concern with the town solicitor? Is it that he didn't show up to a meeting because of a scheduling interest? Because let me tell you guys, just because, you know, the town solicitor is appointed, just like all of the other officials in town that are appointed by people, and sometimes, you know, you don't always agree. And some, you know, this has happened to all of us, and we can't have a precedent where just every single time there's this hypothetical disagreement over something that it becomes this code of ethics style. We just can't, we will then have a never-ending stream of these demands for independent counsel, and if you even talk about it, then it becomes a scandal, and that we just can't go down that road. If the Board of Canvassers comes back and says, this is about the whole process, okay, well, this process has been going on for many, as far as I know, I think it started in December or January, and as far as I know, the town solicitor's been advising the Board of Canvassers without complaint. If it's about a specific complaint that involves me, then I'll tell you this. If that much is clear, and that's what this is about, then I will recuse from the matter. Or even better, since it seems to be, if nobody else, if none of you are going to recuse, because you're hanging all of this on a $200 a month stipend, then I will disclaim that stipend and remove the financial interest. And if you want to be cute about it, all of you also would have an arguable interest, because you might be subject to the higher stipend that the council president gets, which all of you might become. So if we're going to go down this path of trying to be so cute, so lawyerly, you might say, that a $200 stipend is the difference between you being able to exercise all of your rights and me, not to mention the fact that we all have a job to do. We were elected by the people to do this job, as in a lot of people in a regular election, then we're not going to let it get hung up over a silly $200 stipend, which I should also say the Charter Review Commission tried to remove, and you wouldn't let the people vote on it. So I just think it's just the saddest of ironies that the very stipend that I tried to get rid of is the one that you would try to use here. So that is, what I think. And I think I would leave you with this question, which I think Mr. Katz touched on, is any complaint, even if it goes to litigation, of financial interest? Is any complaint of financial interest, right? And that's, I think that does need more guidance from the Ethics Commission. And that was a difficult decision in the public interest lawsuits that we brought on behalf of voters. We had absolutely no financial gain. Well, now we're in litigation, or now we're filing a complaint. So if Counselor Hilton files a complaint with the Attorney General, but it hasn't gone into Superior Court, is that litigation? If it goes into Superior Court, does she now have a financial interest? Where is that line drawn? And I don't think we have the first place to begin on trying to address this.
Filing any complaints in Superior Court, I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to try again until you understand what I'm trying to say.
I'm not gonna stay. If you want to discuss what you're having a vote on, but this has been nothing but from the last council, and you did this to the Charter Review Commission, and you did that to us, and you did this, and you did this. This is like
you guys
3 years
love
of.
to just, when you want to talk about the way it's always done, you love to do that. When you don't want to talk about the way it's always done, you interrupt me, or you don't let other people talk, okay?
Now you're
right?
just, yeah, this is.
Let's move the question.
Can we move the question? And I'd like somebody to please restate the motion so I could hear it in clarity again, please.
I'm making a procedural motion to not consider item number 2 before 3 things happen. The Board of Canvassers reconvenes a duly scheduled meeting to correct the error of the Open Meeting Act violation. The Board of Canvassers at that meeting makes concrete findings as to why they need a special counsel and what the substance of their concerns are that's making them request the special counsel. And 3, all parties involved get advisory opinions or recusal opinions from the Ethics Commission.
No. Vote on that.
I don't think you.
I don't think they can, vote.
You can't force somebody has to get an advisory
Can we instruct the
opinion.
solicitor to approach the Court of Ethics?
You cannot.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, let's do that. If they don't want to if they don't want to hear you, then, yeah, because I don't think we can force anybody to request advisories.
And what are concrete findings from the Board of Canvassers?
It'd be findings, like you know well and good, from findings like at a zoning hearing or at a plan variance application.
Would you please stop being so snippy with me? I'm asking just a simple question.
Because you've gone really well
I'm not.
past good faith.
You don't get to be rude. Oh, yeah.
Why? The rest of you get to do it all the time.
Yeah, this whole thing is your hidden agenda.
Our hidden agenda is a clear process that doesn't violate the Open Meetings Act.
Squeaky clean, you
Yes.
forgot to use that this week.
Yeah,
I'm
that's exactly
sorry.
it. That's exactly it.
I'm sorry, this just looks to me like the Board of Canvassers wants outside help. You don't want them to have it. For some reason,
figure that
and
out.
so we're gonna try and have all kinds of agenda this and
because we didn't
agenda
give you
that.
Actually, what I
and
think
that's where we
it
go.
is that everybody has a political contest, and you're trying to weasel out of recusal because of a $200 stipend, which I'm going to disclaim. That's what I'm going to get clear here.
Okay, well, then
Because
you
other
can
than
do-
that,
you do whatever
there
you
is
want.
no
It
difference
doesn't
between
even-
you and all of your efforts and all of your efforts in your prior complaints and anyone else.
Well,
You
that'll
know,
be forthright
you want
in
to
the
silence and muzzle everybody but yourself.
That's-
You know, it's
that
just
is not
outrageous.
true.
It's absolutely
It's
true.
outrageous.
It's absolutely 100% true.
All right, we
All right, I
have,
think
what
we
do
need to end
I do?
this now.
We have
Well-
what do
I think
I do?
Councilor Perry asked for a vote.
We're going to move the question.
Yeah.
Do I need a second on that kind of a?
Second.
Oh, you're gonna second the motion?
No, I mean second.
Oh,
Donna
to move
seconded
the-
it.
to move the
Nancy
vote.
moved it, Donna seconded it, Councilor Perry has now asked for a vote.
And that procedural question overrides the pending procedural question?
No, a vote on the procedural question.
Okay.
So,
All right.
We're going to vote on the motion that Nancy made.
correct.
If your motion to move the question passes.
Right.
Okay, I second his motion to
Which
move.
is probably
the motion.
non-debatable, but I'm gonna allow any further comment if you want it.
He motioned to move the question.
Move the question. Yeah, it's motion to move the
Do I
question.
need 2/3 for that or majority?
I bet you get acclamation.
That's even better. Is there any objection to moving the question? Hearing none, it's claimed to pass without formal voting. All right. All those in favor, is everybody clear on what the motion is? Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, 4-3. It is 11:20. I'm going to stay, you stay. We only have, do we have our trust attorney here that's patiently sat through this whole thing? I think we have on the courtesy of, okay, town administrator, anything else you'd like to tell us?
Very quickly on staffing issues, we did not have any qualified candidates for the part-time zoning officer position, so we will need to re-advertise that. We received, I believe, 14 applications for the planner/administrative officer position, and 5 will be interviewed this Wednesday evening.
There was some good news out there, everybody, for anyone that was, we got a lot of applicants for the planner, right? 5? Well, I'll call that a lot.
We have 5 candidates that the planning board decided are qualified.
All right. All right, only good news allowed at this point. Madam Clerk? No good news, no bad news.
Oh, I'm sorry, you want good news?
Yeah. No? All right.
I'll be off the next 2 days for bereavement.
Oh, there you go. All right, Mr. Solicitor, is this the case? I just got asked by the radio to come talk to him, and I said no.
Yeah, that was actually on that was the last item on this for me, is media inquiry. So Harrop v. Rhode Island Division of Lotteries, there was a bench decision today from Judge Stern in Superior Court where he found in a very detailed and very thorough decision that there was no standing for the plaintiff for a number of reasons. Interestingly, he did point out that there are 2 potential paths to standing. One is if somebody who actually cast and lost the bet was to be a plaintiff, that might open the door, although he hasn't guaranteed that. He suggested that that would be outside the scope of his decision and therefore perhaps allow it to go forward. And then secondly, if the town, either Lincoln or Tiverton, had asserted itself as a plaintiff rather than simply an interested party as we did, that may have turned the standing question. So not surprisingly, moments after we left the hearing, we got a call from the plaintiff's lawyer suggesting that they would be happy to represent the town of Tiverton as a plaintiff in the matter if it was in our interest to go forward. I'll leave that to longer discussion with the council at some future date, given the hour. But I can tell you the good news of all this is that the matter is, at least until appeals or future decisions, complete and therefore no longer an expense to the town. And it also goes to stability of your revenue at this point. It looks like there will not be any disruption for Twin River for their gaming operations. And then my final point is only that I also got a media inquiry today. I don't know, I don't think I've ever asked the council what the preference is. I certainly deal with your local papers on a regular basis, but this was something more statewide, and I just didn't know if the council had a policy or preference on their solicitor participating in media. I don't feel any obligation to do it, but I would certainly do it if the town thought it was in their interest.
So Mr. Larissa, who's Mr. Harrop's attorney, was actually on WPRO today discussing this. And I don't know if you heard it because he's obviously looking for another plaintiff, but he announced on WPRO that he'd spoken with 2 town councilors in Tiverton, and that he only needed a third. Apparently he's confused because he thinks that a quorum is 3, not 4. But he said that he had spoken with 2 town councilors. They were looking for a third, but he seems to think that we're going to be his plaintiff. I know that you can go on the radio and say anything you want, but that was a little alarming, frankly, from Mr.
Councilor Hilton, I only gave up Facebook recently, but I gave up talk radio many years ago. So I do not listen, and I have not listened to that. I don't have anything to offer.
Let's do this. I put this on for public input and hearing before, again, trying to move some of these really significant, even though they're litigation, we want public input. Let's put it back out there on the 23rd, see if anybody really wants us to jump into this case. Otherwise, we're going to maintain our neutral, no action and no spending money position.
I just want to note for absolute certainty that I had no conversations with Mr. Larissa or anybody else about involving the town in this matter.
Okay, town councilors.
If you talk to somebody.
Todd and Gray.
Me
Harding
neither.
Gray, is
Saturday.
that time of the
Don't
year
forget.
already? Great. Let's leave on a positive note. Harding Gray. Well, we do have to go into litigation. Close the executive session. Let's blame it on the town solicitor. Litigation, Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A2, Faulkner v. Tiverton. That's in Newport County, a state case 2013-0443. I guess I need a motion, a second, and a roll call vote.
So moved?
Second, yes?
Yes.
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 And the chair votes yes. It is 11:20.